Ladies and gentlemen, we are back,
Check, 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 check.
and it is time for our recognition presentations.
Hello, everyone. No, Councilmember Fish and I did not get in a brawl. Not yet. We're borrowing body parts. And we are going to start with our recognitions.
And first, we're going to start with the presentation of a proclamation designating October 2025 as National Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And if anyone is here for that or knows someone who's been through it or is a survivor and would like to come and stand with us, that would be more than welcome. And I will be joining as well.
All right, we have the proclamation, National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, October 2025. Whereas during National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, we honor the millions of lives that have been affected by breast cancer, remembering those who have lost their life, standing in unity with survivors and those currently battling the disease, supporting friends and family of diagnosed patients, and applaud the efforts and advancements made in the search of a cure. And whereas it is estimated that 316,950 new cases of invasive breast cancer will be diagnosed in women and 2,800 cases in men in the United States in 2025. And although both women and men are at risk of breast cancer, women are at higher risk, especially women with a family history of breast cancer, women older than 50, and those who are not physically active. And whereas National Breast Cancer Awareness Month is also the time to raise awareness of the importance of screening options such as standard mammography, clinical breast exams, and self-exams, and encourage individuals to maintain regular screenings. And whereas research shows that with regular screenings, early detections, and prompt treatment, the risk of death from the disease is significantly reduced. And whereas the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention provides breast and cervical cancer screenings and diagnostics to low-income, uninsured, and underinsured women across the United States through its National Breast and Cervical Cancer Early Detection Program. To find out more information about how to get screened through this program, please visit cdc.gov breast cervical cancer screening /about. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City hereby proclaims October 2025 as National Breast Cancer Awareness Month and recognize all organizations and healthcare providers working towards a cure, honor breast cancer survivors, and memorialize those who have lost their lives to breast cancer for their strength, grace, and perseverance. Dated the 13th day of October 2025, signed the mayor and all the council members. Would you like to say a few words?
Sure. I wrote something. Can I get it real quickly? Just real brief. Okay. Yes. Just real quickly. Thank you. My name's Christine, and I'm a member of the Culver City Fire Department, and I just wanted to say a few words. Thank you so much, City Council, for this meaningful proclamation recognizing Breast Cancer Awareness Month. I'm honored to accept on behalf of our community and all those affected by the disease. This cause is deeply personal to me. My younger sister was diagnosed with breast cancer last year, and just 3 months after her diagnosis, I was diagnosed this February during my annual mammogram screening, something I had never missed in my routine health care. When my sister was diagnosed, genetic testing showed she was not a BRCA carrier, which meant there was no inherited genetic predisposition that would have flagged me for additional concern. Yet here I was, 3 months later, receiving my own diagnosis. I want to be completely honest, receiving that diagnosis was frightening, especially so soon after my sister's. But I also want to emphasize something crucial. Because I had committed to regular annual screenings, my cancer was caught early. That early detection made all the difference. After surgery and radiation treatment, I'm grateful to share that my prognosis is positive and I'm focused on recovery. So I just wanted to say thank you. There's reason for hope, there's real hope, and advances in early detection and treatment continue to improve, and outcomes save lives, as it did for me. So thank you so much. I appreciate this.
Disability awareness, who's got disability awareness?
All right, next is Disability Awareness Month. Would anyone like to join us up here? In recognition. Okay. Great, the Disability Advisory Committee.
Like joining hands with your crutches and your arm.
Whereas each year, Disability Awareness Month seeks to raise acceptance for the inclusion of all people with disabilities and to continue to address the barriers that exist. And whereas the City of Culver City recognizes that individuals with disabilities have made invaluable contributions to the richness of our Culver City community, culture, and institutions. And whereas disability knows no boundaries, transcending race, ethnicity, gender, age, and socioeconomic status, making disability awareness an essential element of equity and inclusion efforts across society. And whereas Culver City strives to honor and include all people with disabilities and consciously promote and foster inclusive, safe, welcoming environments for all. And whereas the City Council appointed Disability Advisory Committee consistently works to recognize, report, and resolve issues and challenges affecting individuals with disabilities in our community. And whereas the Culver City Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Department provides monthly events and programming for adults with disabilities and provides safe, inclusive spaces where people from diverse backgrounds can gather, engage, and enjoy activities as a community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Culver City hereby proclaims October 2025 as Disability Awareness Month in Culver City and remains committed to improving the quality of life of all citizens in our community. Dated this 13th day of October 2025, signed the mayor and all council members. Would anyone like to speak? There you go.
Thank you. Marcy, you want to say something?
Okay, just, okay, I wasn't prepared, but Culver City does do a lot for people with disabilities, and they're very aware of situations and take it into account. And we have our carnival, which was started by Girl Scouts 23 years ago, which offers a level playing field for and a special activity for families of people with disabilities. And we have a display in the library about disability awareness, so if anybody wants to go look, it's right in our Julian Dixon Culver City Library. And I just appreciate that this is a city that does worry about the needs of people with disabilities, which does not happen every place.
Thank you.
I would like to invite the mayor to throw the first basketball at the wheelchair basketball game on, when is it?
Next Thursday, October 23rd at Culver City High School, 12 p.m.
I will have to do it in a wheelchair.
All right.
Thanks. All right. Picture.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Feel better. So we'll see you there?
I have to double check my calendar, but that's my plan. What time is it?
At 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock, Mike, the basketball. 12 o'clock in the high school. And you can use the wheelchair. And you can continue to play on your right-handed or left-handed. Okay, we've got two. Thank you.
All right, the next proclamation is for Disability Community Resource Center. Come on in.
Good to see you. Thank you. I'm making all the rounds of the handshake.
Whereas the Disability Community Resource Center has served people with disabilities in our local community for almost 50 years, and whereas the DCRC is the Center for Independent Living, or CIL, CILs are community-based, cross-disability, nonprofit organizations that are designed and operated by people with disabilities, and whereas the DCRC provides peer support, information, advocacy, independent living skills training, transition support, and more, and whereas the DCRC has been a leader in disaster preparedness and emergency preparedness training and resources to ensure the needs of the whole community, and was the recipient of a grant from the Albertsons Foundation to assist wildfire victims with disabilities in restoring lost durable medical equipment. And whereas the DCRC worked with Culver City to review Culver City's 2024 Emergency Operation Plan and has provided training to park, recreation, and community services youth programming staff on working with people with disabilities. And whereas the DCRC is dedicated to supporting people with disabilities and seniors to achieve and maintain self-directed and community-based independent lives. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City hereby commends the Disability Community Resource Center for their dedicated service and commitment to the city and to this community. Dated this 13th day of October 2025, signed the mayor and all the council members.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Board of Directors of the Disability Community Resource Center, our Executive Director, TJ Hill, our staff, and most importantly, on behalf of all the people we serve, thank you very much for this honor. Thanks, folks. Appreciate it. Hope you feel better.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thanks.
There we go. Okay, we have a proclamation for Echo Center, the Echo Horizon School. Come on up. Welcome, welcome. And there you go. All right. Welcome, everyone. Whereas the Echo Center at Echo Horizon School has created and sustained an inclusive educational environment that directly benefits students who are deaf or hard of hearing for more than 40 years by instilling lifelong communication skills and an authentic respect for diversity. And whereas the Echo Center model exemplifies best practices in inclusive education and gives children the time to be children in a safe, inclusive community that is down to earth and free of unhealthy pressure. And whereas in recent years, the Echo Center has been fully integrating deaf and hard of hearing students into general education classrooms alongside their hearing peers, promoting empathy, respect, and strong communication skills. And whereas Echo Center teachers work in close partnership with general education teachers to provide individualized support and often send alumni to the most exceptional secondary schools in the greater LA area. And whereas the Echo Center model fosters a school culture rooted in compassion, collaboration, and accessibility for all. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City hereby commends the Echo Center at Echo Horizon School for their dedicated service and commitment to the city and this community, dated the 13th day of October 2025, signed by the mayor and council members. Would anyone like to speak? Any speakers? Anyone? You want to speak? Yeah, go for it.
Hi, I'm Rio, and I am deaf and hard of hearing, and I go to Echo Horizon School, and thank you for this recognition, and what was I going to say? And it really means a lot to me and my community. Thank you.
Just in time. Yep, exactly. That's me, Justin. All right, 1, 2, 3. Now, Justin. 3, 2, 1. And I'll make sure.
All right. Next up, our proclamation for Indigenous Peoples Day. Would anyone like to join? Thanks for being here. All right, whereas the city of Culver City recognizes that the indigenous peoples of the lands that would later become known as the Americas have occupied these lands since time immemorial, and celebrates the contributions, knowledge, traditions, diverse culture, and vibrant languages of the indigenous peoples. And whereas we have a responsibility to oppose the systemic racism towards indigenous peoples in the United States, which perpetuates high rates of poverty and income inequality, exacerbates disproportionate health, education, and social stability. And whereas in an effort to provide a more accurate record of U.S. history, representatives from 120 indigenous nations at the first Continental Conference on 500 years of Indian resistance unanimously passed a resolution to transform Columbus Day into an occasion to recognize the contributions and plight of Indigenous Americans. And whereas Indigenous Peoples Day is an opportunity to reflect upon the ongoing struggles of Indigenous people and acknowledge their resilience and their continued drive to prosper. And whereas on September 23rd, 2024, the City Council formally adopted a land acknowledgement statement to recognize and honor the ancestral land of the indigenous peoples who have lived here for millennia, in which we inhabit today. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City, California hereby proclaims October 13, 2025 as Indigenous Peoples Day and encourages our community to honor the historic sacrifices of Indigenous peoples and their contributions to our city. Dated the 13th day of October 2025, signed by the mayor and council members. Would you like to say a few words? Yeah.
Netwanyane, Piotskime Tomiar, Sandine Goad. My name is Sandine Goad, Tribal Council Chairwoman of the Gabrielino Tongva Nation. We, the people of the Greater Los Angeles Basin, thank you for acknowledging us and for inviting us out here to honor us with this proclamation. Thank you to the City Council. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, council members.
Thank you.
I'm Filipino Heritage Month, but. Oh, no, it is me. Oh, it changed. All right. For Filipino American History Month, does anyone want to come up to the front? Welcome. I love your shirt. Got a couple more. All right. Welcome, welcome. Everybody come up. All right. For Filipino American History Month, October 2025, whereas the earliest evidence of Filipinos in the continental United States occurred on October 18, 1587, when the Spanish galleon, did I say that right? Galleon, Nuestra Señora de la Esperanza arrived on Chumash land in what is now Morro Bay, California, and whereas the 1935 Reparation Act sought to remove Filipino nationals from the United States, revealing deep anti-Asian and xenophobic sentiments, and whereas Larry Itliong, did I say that right? All right. A farm labor organizer led Filipino farm workers in California to strike in 1965, known as the Delano Grape Strike, where more than 2,000 Filipino farm workers and members of the Agricultural Workers Organizing Committee demanded the right to form a union, and whereas the Filipino American National Historical Society established Filipino American History Month in 1992 to honor the first Filipinos in the U.S. and highlight their contributions to society. In 2025, the theme, From Quotas to Communities, Filipino American Migration and Movement, will mark the 90th anniversary of the 1935 Filipino Repatriation Act and the 60th anniversary of the 1965 Immigration and Naturalization Act. And whereas the U.S. Congress first recognized Filipino American History Month in 2009, then formally recognized in the White House in 2015, and in the same year, California Assembly Bill 7, authored by then Assemblymember Rob Bonta, requires the governor to annually proclaim October 25th as Larry Itliong Day. And whereas Filipino Americans in Culver City created Culver City Kapwa in 2023, did I get that one right? Okay, I 3 for 3. Strengthening the social and cultural fabric of our city through leadership, creativity, resilience, and care. And whereas the city of Culver City recognizes the need to reflect on the injustices of the past and present, acknowledging that immigrant struggles persist, and recommits to values of inclusion, equity, and community empowerment. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City, California, hereby proclaims October 2025 as Filipino American History Month and encourage all residents to reflect upon, honor, and celebrate the enduring contributions and ongoing journeys of Filipino Americans, past, present, and future, dated this 13th day of October 2025, signed by the mayor and council members. And anyone want to speak? Would anyone like to say a few words?
Thank you. Magandang gabi po. Good evening, everyone. Mayor O'Brien, Culver City Council members, honored guests, and community members. Proclamations like this serve as historical records that affirm, preserve the vital contributions of Filipino American communities to the story of our nation. Such recognition strengthens our sense of belonging and reminds us that inclusion is the foundation of a truly great society. I want to acknowledge Dr. Dorothy Cordova, and her late husband, Fred Cordova, who founded the Filipino American National Historical Society, so we could honor our history as Americans of Filipino heritage. Here in Culver City, we are fortunate to have active and accomplished community members and culture bearers. Eleanor Lipat Chesler leads Ube Arte and co-founded the Pakarigian Kolintang Ensemble. Did I say that right? Yeah. You're not the only one. She also supports student learning and success through her work at the Culver City Education Foundation. Longtime Culver City residents Joel and Ave Jacinto, along with Barbara L., founded Kayamanan ng Lahi, an organization that has taught and presented Philippine folk and dance arts for 35 years. On Saturday, November 8th, They celebrate this milestone with Ka Yugto, a dance presentation at the Glendale Community College Main Stage Theater. So get your tickets online, Kayamana ng Lahi. And a special acknowledgement also goes to Ellen Tran, who runs Bahay Natin Food Mart just across the Culver City border on Venice Boulevard, officially Los Angeles. Her store serves as a beloved resource for Filipino Americans in Culver City. And Stephanie Laredo, as a member of the Culver City Unified School Board of Education, School District Board of Education, who continues to dedicate herself to supporting local schools and our children's education. On a personal note, I stand on the shoulders of giants. Like my teacher, Filipino-American martial artist, Guru Dan Inosanto, who taught his best friend and training partner, the movie star and martial arts legend Bruce Lee, who, by the way, once lived here in Culver City. These are my students, and they are the next generation of culture bearers. I've had the privilege of teaching Filipino martial arts here in Culver City for the past 13 years. Many Filipino Americans who may not be mentioned here are not here tonight, who continue to contribute to our society by living and working each day as residents of Culver City, raising families, building businesses, teaching, creating, and serving. That ongoing story continues through events like the upcoming Culver City Kapwa event on Saturday, October 26th at 12:30 across the street at Village Well Books and Coffee. Tisha Gonda Domingo and Jorel Domingo, authors of the Filipino Instant Pot Cookbook, will share stories from their book and their journey. And of course, if you come, you'll get a taste of some Filipino cuisine, because sharing our food is sharing our soul. When we celebrate cultural communities by acknowledging their contributions to the history of the United States in an official and heartfelt way, we do more than honor heritage. We help every member of our community, regardless of where they're from or their immigration status, feel seen, understood, and accepted. Maraming salamat po. Thank you. Close. Squeeze in, squeeze in. Squeeze in, squeeze in. Pretend you like me. Thank you. One more. Oh, so much. Oh, we're doing another? No, you did it. Okay, it's karaoke time. Oh, no? Thank you.
Good to be with you. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for coming, y'all.
Okay, now I'm going to read a proclamation about United Against Hate Week. Is there anyone that would like to join us here in the well? Hey. Whereas the United States is a nation of immigrants whose strength comes from its diversity, and the Constitution enshrines equality on all individuals, regardless of race, gender, orientation, religion, or political views. And whereas deep divisions within our country are the result of extreme ideology, perpetuating a cycle of mistrust and suspicion fueled by fear, anxiety, and insecurity. And whereas increased uncivil behavior, such as the visibility of hate crimes, violent acts, and hate speech, are now being more openly displayed in California communities and across the United States has increased. And whereas the United Against Hate Week is a call for civic action to stop the hate and implicit biases that are a dangerous threat to the safety and civility of our neighborhoods, towns, and cities. And whereas joining the United Against Hate Week campaign is an important step in bridging divisions and healing communities, and whereas the City of Culver City, a city of kindness since 2017, is dedicated to preventing and opposing hate and intolerance in our community and advocates for and supports education, compassion, and cooperation as key components to unlocking, understanding, and embracing the differences between people. And whereas the City of Culver City stands united against hate and sends a resounding message that we are united in our resolve to promote kindness, combat hate, and support the importance of promoting social justice, inclusion, and safety for all to foster an environment where every resident can live, work, and flourish without fear of hatred. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City, California stands in solidarity with LA versus Hate and the California versus Hate Coalition, joining over 200 communities to hereby enthusiastically proclaim October 19th to the 25th, 2025, United Against Hate Week in Culver City, and encourages all residents to stand united against hate. Dated this 13th day of October, 2025, signed by myself, the Vice Mayor, and all the council members. Want to say something?
On behalf of the Human Resources Department with the City of Culver City and Equity Advisory Human Relations Committee, we are thankful and honored to be recognized for today's event. Please join us in celebrating next week, Monday, October 21st through Wednesday, October 23rd, Resilience, Equity, and Inclusion. Thank you.
Okay, two more. Women in Business Week. Okay. All the highs. Hello, hello. Okay, this is celebrating annual Women in Business Week from October 20th to October 26, 2025. Whereas Culver City has and continues to encourage community members to shop locally in support of our Culver City-based establishments to help maintain a robust economy and ongoing job opportunities within the businesses, both large and small, and whereas staff and officials of Culver City take seriously our commitment to equity and fairness for all of people, organizations, and businesses within our community. And whereas the Small Business Administration's National Women's Small Business Month in October was launched in honor of H.R. 5050 of 1988, which is the Women's Business Ownership Act, with intended practical goals such as celebrating, highlighting, and supporting women-owned commerce, as well as generating awareness for the growing presence of women entrepreneurship. However, the concept of National Business Women's Week originated with Emma Partridge, Executive Secretary of the National Federation of Business and Professional Women's Clubs from 1924 to 1927. And whereas Culver City has a growing community of women-owned businesses and women who lead in business, as recognized and honored annually by the Culver City Chamber of Commerce's Women in Business Leadership Awards, and whereas this year, the Women in Business Council will celebrate the following honorees at their 10th Annual Women in Business Awards and Luncheon on October 30th, 2025. Dr. Michelle Catanzariti of Achievable Health, the Visionary Award, Sharon Angel of A North Production, the Innovator Award, Wendy Hamill of Culver City Education Foundation, the Julie Lugo Serra Nonprofit Award, Denise Ambrosi of These Hands Makers Collective, the Joel Smith Trailblazer Award, and Rachel Leilani Terrace of Laid Cookies, the Founder Award. Now therefore be it resolved that the City of Culver City hereby proclaims the week of October 20th to the 26th, 2025 as Women in Business Week and encourages residents, their families, and friends to continue to celebrate, promote, support, and shop at women-owned businesses. Dated this 13th day of October 2025, signed by myself, the Vice Mayor, and all the council members.
So good evening, everyone. I'm Candace Pilgrim Simmons, and I am in deep gratitude to the City of Culver City as well as all the council members for honoring Women in Business Week. As a woman who has run a small business for the past 15 years, I can tell you it's one thing to have your head down, working hard, and it's another to be acknowledged by the city and the community that you love and serve. Over the past decade, the Culver City Chamber has shined a spotlight on women who lead and own their businesses. I've had the honor of serving 3 consecutive years, along with my co-chair, Britta Erickson, as one of the co-chairs for the Women in Business Council for the Culver City Chamber. In 2019, I was the recipient of the Founders Award, and I've seen the importance of honoring the journey of women in business. We stand here not just as individuals, but as a part of a legacy of women who have overcome hurdles, built alliances, and poured endlessly into our communities. As we celebrate the honorees just mentioned on October 30th, I'm standing here with these incredible women who will be honored, and also a past recipient, Dominique Hamler, and various clients in the audience, so thank you, Kimberly Griffin, and a young leader here who we know that we will be pouring into and mentoring, because when, as she hides, because when women pour into community, into the next generation, and into each other, we create a city that truly thrives. Our seats at every table matter. So as we proclaim this Women in Business Week, I encourage everyone to be intentional about supporting women-owned businesses and to celebrate the women who lead in our community. Get your tickets to the Women in Business 10th Annual Luncheon and stand with us as we celebrate this year's winners and the legacy of women like Julie Lugo-Serra and Giselle Smith. When women in business shine, our entire Culver City shines together. So we thank you for this honor.
Okay. We are down to the last proclamation for International E-Waste Day 2025. Whereas International E-Waste Day began in 2018 by the Waste from Electrical and Electronic Equipment, WEEE Forum, and now occurs annually on October 14th with the purpose of increasing public awareness and understanding about the need to reduce and recycle electronic waste, otherwise known as e-waste, and encouraging companies, individuals, and communities to do more to protect the environment. And whereas common e-waste devices include LCD, OLED, and plasma televisions, laptops with LCD monitors, computers and monitors, VCRs, portable, who has a VCR anymore? portable DVD players with video screens, cell phones, printers, vaping devices, and disposable e-cigarettes, smart toothbrushes, and much more. And whereas e-waste has become one of the most rapidly growing problems in the waste world, with the United States being one of the largest e-waste generators in the world, generating 15.8 billion pounds in 2022, which is 46 pounds of e-waste generated per person in the U.S. And whereas organizations such as Human IT empowers businesses and organizations to do good for the environment by diverting technology from landfills and instead refurbishing usable tech to provide equitable access to opportunity for individuals and organizations in need. And whereas the City of Culver City acknowledges the significance of responsible e-waste disposal, to support this effort, the city organizes biannual and quarterly community e-waste recycling events. In addition, in the last year, the city has disposed of various items from its own inventory, including 154 computer monitors, 152 desktop computers, 53 desktop speakers, 139 keyboards, 44 mice, computer mice, and 41 power strips. And whereas residents are invited to practice responsible e-waste disposal by attending 2 upcoming community events, the Household Hazardous Waste and E-Waste Roundup event on December 6th at the Venda Museum, and the Culver City E-Waste Collection and Paper Shredding event on November 1st at Sid Cronenthal Park. Now, therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City, California, does hereby proclaim October 14, 2025 as International E-Waste Day throughout Culver City and encourages all community members and businesses to participate in reducing e-waste by disposing of old electronic equipment in the most sustainable manner. Dated this 13th day of October 2025, signed by myself, the Vice Mayor, and all the council members. Who wants to talk?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Dimitri, Director of Public Works, and I'm happy to report that we pick up and recycle or properly dispose of every little thing we can get our hands on, including e-waste. So thank you for recognizing those efforts with this award. Sean, you want to say something?
Thank you. I'll just mention that the November 1st event is also a shredding event, which is incredibly popular in Culver City. So we hope to see you there.
Thanks, Sean. Sore. Long time to stand.
How can I help you? Do you have pills?
No, actually, do we have Advil?
Yeah. We'll be starting portion of the meeting momentarily.
Can everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Mayor, as we go into the regular session, I want to make sure that everyone is aware that the City Council meeting is being conducted pursuant to California Government Code Section 54953, in that Councilmember McMorrin is participating by speakerphone, and in accordance with the Ralph M. Brown Act, the teleconference location has been identified in the notice and in the agenda for the meeting. We have asked Councilmember McMorrin if she can hear all the proceedings, and she had said yes at the start of the meeting at 3 o'clock, and we would just like to confirm that you can still hear us. Councilmember McMorrin?
Hi, everyone. I'm here. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you just fine. That's terrific. I will now advise the council members once again that any and all votes will be taken during this meeting by roll call. I will call each name and wait for a response to the vote from each member so that it is very clear for the record. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Before we get started on Indigenous Peoples Day, I'm going to read the oral statement of land acknowledgement like we do before every meeting. The City of Culver City formally acknowledges that the land we inhabit today is the ancestral land of Indigenous peoples who have lived here for millennia. The City of Culver City honors the Gabrielino people, past, present, and future, and recognizes their enduring connection to this land as its original caretakers. We are committed to supporting and uplifting the Gabrielino people and to fostering a deeper understanding of the histories and identities of all Indigenous peoples in this region. We encourage all residents and visitors to join us in respecting and caring for this land. The city affirms its support for the rights of these Indigenous communities and for the preservation of their cultural legacies. Okay, and we had a few items in closed session, but we have nothing to report out of that. So we're going to kick off the meeting. Do we have any reports from committees, commissions, or boards, or any staff members?
Yes, the fire department has 2 announcements.
Okay.
Good evening. I promise I'm not going to cry this time. Get to my page. Okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. I am Christine Parra, the Emergency Preparedness Coordinator with the Culver City Fire Department. This Thursday, October 16th, is International Shakeout Day. Individuals and communities throughout California and internationally will participate in the Great Shakeout Earthquake Drill. We're asking Culver City residents and businesses to participate in this self-led drill on 10/16 at 10:16 a.m. by practicing the life-saving drop, cover, and hold-on technique. Culver City employees will participate at our facilities across the city as well. Additionally, every year, the City of Culver City takes the shakeout one step further by conducting a community-wide disaster drill the evening of the Great Shakeout. This year, however, is extra special. It marks our 20th anniversary of this long-standing preparedness tradition that brings together residents, trained volunteers, and partner agencies to strengthen coordination and readiness for large-scale emergencies. 20 years ago, emergency preparedness responsibilities were shared among various fire department divisions as there wasn't a dedicated emergency manager at the time. The country was devastated by Hurricane Katrina on August 23, 2005. This national disaster became a pivotal moment that inspired our local action. As we heard countless stories of the destruction caused and the souls lost, we also heard stories of compassion, neighbors helping neighbors, and personal resilience.
Inspired by these stories, Culver City launched the idea to hold a local disaster drill to help reinforce messaging on personal preparedness, which would allow residents to practice implementing their family disaster plans, check their disaster supplies, and allow first responders and volunteers to exercise their plans as well. So on November 28th, 2005, we received a proclamation declaring December 7th, 2005 as the Culver City Community-Wide Disaster Drill Day. It was signed by the then Mayor, Albert Vera. Some key highlights from that first drill were, in preparation, our Community Emergency Response Team, CERT, and our Culver City Amateur Radio, CCARES volunteers canvassed the entire city by foot. They went door to door delivering OK signs, which is a component of our drill. Public right-of-way banners were erected over key intersections. Press releases were sent out to all TV and radio stations. Public outreach campaign materials used the slogan, "Emergency preparedness begins with you." The night of the drill, we staged and set up our command post at Carlson Park. The fire chief, Chief Eastman, the fire marshal, Chief Gallagher, and the battalion chief, Chief Bowden, all participated. Council members participated and rode along with Chief Bowden. Approximately 4,000 households participated, which is impressive considering we have approximately 16 households citywide. Approximately 100 to 130 fire department and certain CCARE members participated, and Micah Ullman of Channel 7 News covered the drill and rode along in one of our engines. We have contacted him over at KTLA, so we'll see if he'll join us this year. And we were mentioned on the Jack FM radio station. Throughout the years, the drill has evolved. Most significantly, the date has moved from December 7th to the third Thursday in October to coincide with the Great Shakeout. However, the intent and level of participation and the willingness of our community to learn and be resilient in the event of disaster or sudden emergency is commendable. They continue to make personal preparedness a priority. So this Thursday at 7 p.m., please join us to commemorate this year's drill by simulating that an earthquake has occurred. Once you ensure that everyone is okay, activate your family disaster plan, and then place an OK sign in your window or door most visible from the public right-of-way. In a real emergency, this will assist our first responders with their initial assessments as they conduct surveys of your neighborhood. You can pick up a yellow OK sign at City Hall or make one yourself. This year, we're going to be staging our command post at Limber Park, so if you see us, say hello. Thank you, Culver City, for 2 decades of dedication to this vital work. Standing alongside you since day one, I'm honored to witness your resilience and your commitment to protecting one another. Emergency preparedness begins with you. Happy Shakeout.
Mayor?
Yeah.
Before you leave, what date, what time on Thursday?
Yeah.
What time on Thursday?
So the daytime shakeout that's going to be conducted with everybody is at 10:16 a.m. And then the one evening citywide Culver City is at 7 p.m.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, Roger Brom, Deputy Fire Chief. For the past 14 years, during the month of October, the Culver City Fire Department has supported the fight against breast cancer. During October, members of our fire department proudly wear pink to show their support. Members of the public can join and show their support by purchasing a CCFD breast cancer awareness t-shirt as well. Pink October apparel will be available for purchase at Fire Station 1, which is right here at 9600 Culver Boulevard, or Fire Station 3 at 6030 Bristol Parkway between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. As I mentioned, the fire department has supported Pink October for the past 14 years, with all the proceeds raised going to various organizations that do amazing work in the fight against breast cancer. And as you heard earlier, we have all been touched by cancer, and this year, our fire department family was directly affected when we learned that our fire department's emergency preparedness coordinator, Christine, a cherished member of our CCFD family, was diagnosed with breast cancer. Christine fought hard, as we knew she would, and she is now a survivor of her fight. This year, all the proceeds will be contributed to Christine Parra's American Cancer Society Making Strides for Breast Cancer team. On October 25th, Christine and her team will take part in the Making Strides Against Breast Cancer Walk, a powerful event that brings communities together to promote early detection, prevention, and hope, while funding research and providing patient support. Christine continues to inspire us every day with her strength, her openness to talk about her struggle, and her positivity. For more information, please go to culvercityfd.gov/Pink October 2025, or you can go to culvercity.gov. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any comments from my colleagues? No? Okay, good. Any comments? Okay, great. That's first. Okay, let's get started with our meeting. We have how many public comments?
I believe we have 6 speakers tonight, and prior to the public comment, we will read the statement regarding hate speech.
Great, thank you.
Members of the public have a right to speak on matters that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. However, this council strongly denounces hate speech and does not tolerate disruptive behavior in our meetings. Culver City prides itself on its diverse community and inclusion of all persons. We are committed to creating a safe space in the city and in these chambers where members of our community feel included and respected.
Thank you. And before we get started, I was remiss. I did not check to see if Councilman McMorrin has anything to share with the community.
No worries, Mayor. I am all set to go. Thank
Okay,
you for being here for the Voice in the Sky. Good evening, everyone.
Thank you. I'll try not to do that again.
How many minutes?
It's going to be a long one. Let's do 90 seconds throughout.
All righty.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our speakers tonight for items not on the agenda are Chad Kroger, JT Parr, Zechariah Martin, Robin Ruth Prince, Melissa Sanders, and Stella Wolf. Our first speaker is Chad Kroger, followed by JT Parr.
What up, Council? My name is Chad Kroger. So we come to you after an epic day. Zechariah here is a reggae musician, and we set out for the day with one mission in mind: produce a hit song for him. So we went to a big baller mansion, got educated, rode horses on banana hammocks, produced a hit track, and then showcased it to Zed. And now, strap yourselves in for the big kahuna. I'm going to call Zed.
Zach, a.k.a. Envious, he wanted to do a song in the spirit of the reggae tradition, a song with a message. So we chose affordable housing. We wanted a hit banger that would be an anthem for all our Yimby brothers.
Yeah, so I go by Envious, and this song is called Up Zone.
We also have Zed here. Zed, do you want to say anything to the council?
What up, council?
There we go.
Let's hear it.
Oh, and we want everyone here to sing along because Zed said it needs gang vocals. So we'll teach you guys how to sing it. Get ready.
Up zone, will we ever come close? Up zone, will we ever come close? One house, one sky, green light, my supply. Up zone, will we ever come close? Tokyo, Austin, will we ever? The cost is everywhere else is acting like there is no problem. Homeless is the topic. We want what the cause is. We want to up zone. They just wanna pause it. Up zone, will we ever come close? 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 Up zone, will we ever
We need the gang vocals. Everyone
up
has to
zone,
sing.
up zone, will we ever come close? Up zone, up zone, will we ever come close? Up zone, will we ever come close? Tokyo, Austin, we know what the cause is. Everywhere is acting like there is no problem. Homeless is the topic, we know what the cause is. Up zone, they just wanna pop. Right here, up zone, will we ever come close? Up zone, will we ever come close? Up zone, will we ever
Thanks, guys. Thank you. Got to wrap it, guys.
Back the message, and I hope you will agree with us.
Thank you, Zed.
Thank you,
Thank
Zed.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Culver City.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robin Ruth Prince, followed by Melissa Sanders. Not seeing them online or in the chamber. Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders.
Hi. I'm going to reiterate something from the last time I spoke, that this city is basically destroying itself. And I'm really very disturbed and concerned about how we're going to have any kind of long-term plans when specifically there are 3 people, well, I guess one of them's remote tonight, on the dais who are not remotely business friendly, have never even tried to be business friendly, yet want to make the city more dense than New York City. So people can walk and bike to all the fabulous things in our city, except that places keep shutting down. Sea salt fish, technically in LA, but on our border, and they considered being part of Culver City as what they were, also closed today. So I would like to know what long-term plans the council is going to be looking at, the city is going to be looking at, so we have businesses to thrive. The move Culver City was one of the worst decisions ever made, and people still don't want to come because of what happened, and it's still not good enough. So between Move Culver City, COVID remote work, overdevelopment with no thought to long-term residential or commercial planning, what is your plan to keep businesses and bring people back to the city? We will not have any tax revenue for anything you want to do. So that is my continuing concern. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stella Wolf.
Culver City Council. I'm here to speak on the item of A2, but I requested to speak earlier because I know it's going to be later in the night and it's a school night and I can't stay up that late. So can I just make a comment?
I'm sorry, we can't.
We
It's just
can't.
procedural. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay.
That was our final speaker.
Thank you. Okay, on to the consent calendar. Do any of my colleagues want to pull any items? Councilmember Fish?
Mayor, I'm sorry, can we do receipt and filing of
Oh, I'm
correspondence
sorry.
first?
Yes, please. Can I
Thank
have a
you.
motion to receive and file correspondence?
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, waiting for a second. Second by Councilmember Fish. How do you vote? Councilmember Vera?
Aye.
Councilmember McMorrin?
Aye.
Councilmember Fish?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Puza?
Aye.
Mayor O'Brien?
Aye.
All members have voted. The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Councilmember Fish doesn't have anything to pull. Councilmember Vera? No?
C5 and C6.
C5 and C6. And I am also pulling C6. Do we have any comments?
We do 2 on C6.
Okay.
I don't have any items either.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
No items.
No
from
items, okay, thank you.
Councilmember McMorrin.
I lied, I'm sorry, I forgot. I got to write myself a note.
We'll do this.
I was pointing up. We have 2 speakers signed up for consent agenda, both for item C6. The speakers are Noel Tubner, and our first speaker, and our second speaker is Tiana Randall Quant.
Hello, Honorable Council and Mayor and Vice Mayor.
We just want to share some of the event concept that we're planning and proposing. We're proposing a community-focused wellness event at the Culver City Plaza. Mighty Pilates will lead the event, but the goal is to create an inclusive multi-business wellness experience. Activities could include a mat Pilates class, stretching sessions, mindful meditation corners, and wellness demos from local focused businesses. The event is a community-first initiative designed to promote wellness, activate public space, and showcase the Culver City Hub as a health and connection. We are excited to partner with the city and make this a positive and inclusive community event.
Some benefits to the community include promoting health and wellness for people of all ages and fitness levels, supporting local businesses by providing a platform for participation and exposure, and also strengthening and uplifting the blossoming relationships we are forming with our surrounding business partners, including but not limited to Culver and Maine, the Culver Hotel, Aldea Home and Baby, Academy of Beauty, Youthful MD, the Massage Garage, and the Rip Bodice. And we hope that this event encourages community engagement, outdoor activity, and activates the plaza more as a public space.
And anyone is welcome to join the event.
Thank you. Okay, that's it. All right, well, let's start with a staff report on C5. Is that what you're looking for?
I
Vice
don't
Mayor?
necessarily need a staff
Okay,
report.
you just have a question?
Yeah. Thank you so much for the work on this, and I'm glad we're looking at ways to, find cost recovery or fee recovery. In particular about the paramedics. I know there's a state law that's going to came into effect on July 1st, and it's going to mandate that the state to develop reimbursement rates for community paramedicine. So I'm wondering if it's best to wait to do the study, which I think is a great idea, to do the custody analysis, but wait until that is implemented to see how the insurance will be reimbursed before we look at our fee schedule.
Well, we can always look at the costs, and then once the reimbursements are set by the state, that could take precedence, but at least we would have an evaluation of what the city's costs are, which would be a good thing to know.
Okay, and then
Yeah.
that's fair. And then we can do the study, and then I'm just concerned about charging people. I don't want people to not call.
Understood. I think at this point, we could do the study, and then it would come back to the council to to make some decisions about how and what to charge. You couldn't charge more than our costs, but you could certainly opt to charge less. It was one of the things that we brought back in the budget to explore, which were those calls for service that don't require transport. So we did talk about that, and then, but no, the council would make the decision on how and how much to charge.
Okay, great. Thank you. That answered my question. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And then I have a question, but do you want to ask first on C6? Vice Mayor?
Sure. Can you just remind us about the process for applying for an off-cycle, or just for a, for off-cycle grant?
Sure. So the process of applying for an off-cycle grant are similar to our on-cycle process. Someone can simply ask for an item to be put on the agenda, and we can consider it based on the special event grant policy. So the policy outlines how we give out our grants and our sponsorship for the city. There's a specific council policy 2302 that states that the event, in order to take place on the plaza, would have to be sponsored and have a license agreement. So for doing an off-cycle, there isn't necessarily an application they fill out. They tell us about it, you agree to agendize it, and they bring it to council.
Okay, great. And then for the on-cycle, when does the applications due for that?
Usually that opens in February and closes in April, and then decisions are made for it around May.
Great, thank you. And I appreciate the applicant coming in and kind of fleshing out what the actual event would be, because when we were discussing it, my concern was, not promoting a specific business, but it's now an event. But now that I hear more about, the full fleshed out, it's going to be a wellness event, it does change everything. Yeah, what were your comments?
Thank you. So Vice Mayor and I are both on the special events subcommittee together, and there's just a little concern about us using the special event grant money for business promotion. And today I was reached out to by another local business and said, wait, we can do this. So there's some concern that this is going to open the flood doors for similar types of activation, and we don't have the resources to do that. Is this required for me? This is just for the plaza, but not for Media Park, say, or something?
The plaza and the city streets do require sponsorship. Media Park does not require sponsorship. That's just a license agreement with a special event permit to use that space.
Mm-hmm.
But the plaza does require sponsorship with a license agreement because it is a shared space for the community that's reserved for non-commercial use.
Mm-hmm. It's something that we definitely need to evaluate going forward. With this in mind, I'm asking my colleagues what your thoughts are on this. I definitely want to support our local small businesses, but it's a precedent that could be dangerous for us to set. We want to be equitable to all of our small businesses, and if we're doing it this one time, then we might have to do it going forward.
I agree, Mayor. I'm wondering if whatever decision we make tonight, if we could set up some other type of application process that either goes through Econ Dev or.
Well, we're talking about, at the next meeting, we're talking about the small business grant process, so that could be potentially part of that as well.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, I think whatever we do, we need to be consistent about it. We do for one, we're going to have to do for everyone, so we have to factor that in about consistency.
Thank you. Councilman McMorrin, do you have anything to add to this conversation?
No, I share the concerns of the vice mayor, though, and hopefully this is something that you all can either make additional recommendations in the subcommittee or we can provide further guidance. Thanks for checking.
Okay, thank you. I'm kind of leaning towards directing the Pilates studio to have their event only at Media Park, where it doesn't require sponsorship. And what are your thoughts on that, Edgar?
If they chose to do it at Media Park, we could still, or the city council can still choose to sponsor the event if they wish. There's a rental fee that's about $500 that would be waived as part of the sponsorship, including any special event fees that would be included in that. So it's fees that would be waived. So it could take place at Media Park in that capacity. And I mean, they can also do it at Media Park without sponsorship. Media Park is set up for commercial use. Someone can rent it, pay the fees, and use it to do an event there. We just wouldn't be able to promote it unless it was sponsored.
Understood. The DBA certainly could, and the chamber and all the others. I think, I hate to give disappointing news, but I think we need to be consistent with this. And if we do it once, we need to open that opportunity to other businesses. And I think, I don't think we can do that. So I'm going to ask that we pull this separately, and we can vote on it. And I recommend that Pilates Studio have their event at Media Park. And I'm happy to work with them personally to help, remediate, I think, the unexpected denial of this grant.
Mayor, I don't know if that's a motion, but would we be willing to also just agendize a application process for these sort of marketing specific sponsorships that we get a lot in council?
How about we talk about it in the subcommittee, in the special event subcommittee?
Yeah, if we can remand it to the
Yeah.
subcommittee, that's great.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yes. So if there's nothing else, we'll vote on C1 through C15 minus C6.
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, waiting on a second. Seconded by Mayor O'Brien, approving C1 through C5 and C7 through C15. How do you vote, Councilmember Vera?
Aye.
Councilmember McMorrin?
Aye.
Councilmember Fish?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Puza?
Aye.
Mayor O'Brien?
Aye.
All members have voted. That motion passes unanimously, and separately, we're going to vote on item C6.
If it doesn't receive a motion, it doesn't go, right?
You don't have to, but you
Yeah.
can say to decline the event.
Move to
If you
decline.
choose.
Okay,
Or you can just let it
let's just let it pass.
Let it go.
Yeah.
Okay, so C6 did not pass. There was no motion, no second, no vote.
Can I just throw in a quick motion to ask staff to prepare some kind of application process that's more publicly accessible for off-cycle special events? That goes to the special events subcommittee?
Yeah,
Okay, I'd put in that motion.
through the subcommittee.
Yeah, through the special events.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think you're just remanding it
Yeah.
to the subcommittee
Yeah.
for discussion of what you described.
Okay. Does that require a motion? No? Okay.
No.
Just the three
Three
nodding heads.
Okay.
and I see them all.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
I support it too, City Clerk.
Thank you. 5.
Okay, we're on to our public hearings.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm Chris Miller, the Culver City Fire Marshal. Tonight, we are introducing the 2025 California Fire Code with local amendments for adoption. To provide a brief background, every 3 years, the international codes are offered for adoption to the individual states. The state of California officially adopted the 2024 International Fire Code with state amendments in 2025. This was incorporated into the California Code of Regulations, Title 24, Part 9, and will be published as the 2025 California Fire Code, effective statewide on January the 1st of 2026. Tonight, we are asking you to consider an amended local ordinance replacing Chapter 9.02 of Title 9 of the Culver City Municipal Code and adopting by reference the 2025 California Fire Code. Additionally, in order to incorporate our local amendments, we are also presenting a resolution with express findings for modification to the fire code based upon local climatic, geological, and topographical conditions. These amendments, many of which have been in our municipal code for years, address local concerns not covered in the state code and help the fire department proactively and effectively protect the residents, businesses, and visitors to our community. And at this point, we're available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, before we do that, thank you, Battalion Chief. May I have a motion from Councilmember to receive and file the affidavits of publication and posting of notices and correspondence received in response to the public hearing notices?
And we have a motion by Councilmember Vera and the second by Councilmember Fish. How do you vote? Councilmember Vera?
Aye.
Councilmember McMorrin?
Aye.
Councilmember Fish?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Puza?
Aye.
Mayor O'Brien?
Aye.
That motion is unanimous.
Okay, great. And do we have any questions from colleagues? No? Councilmember McMorrin?
Councilmember McMorrin, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, may I have a motion to open the public hearing?
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Councilmember Fish to open the public hearing. How do you vote, Councilmember Vera?
Aye.
Councilmember McMorrin?
Aye.
Councilmember Fish?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Puza?
Aye.
Mayor O'Brien?
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Any testimony from the public?
We have no speakers for that.
Okay. May I have a motion to close the hearing?
Motion.
Oh,
All right.
sorry, Councilmember Vera. We have a motion by Councilmember McMorrin and a second by Councilmember Fish to close the public hearing. How do you vote? Councilmember Vera?
Aye.
Councilmember McMorrin?
Aye.
Councilmember Fish?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Puza?
Aye.
Mayor O'Brien?
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously as well.
Okay. Are there any discussion points? Wonderful. Okay, may I have a motion that the City Council introduce an ordinance amending and restating sections 9.02.005-9.02.060 and adding section 9.02.065, quote, the California Fire Code adoption and amendments, end quote, of Chapter 9.02 of Title 9 of the Culver City Municipal Code and adopting by reference the 2025 Fire Code, California Fire Code with local amendments, and adopt a resolution making express findings for modifications to the 2025 California Fire Code based on local climate, geological, and topographical conditions.
And we have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Vice Mayor Puza. How do you vote, Councilmember Vera?
Aye.
Councilmember McMorrin?
Yes.
Councilmember Fish?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Puza.
Aye.
Mayor O'Brien.
Aye.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Town Chief Miller. Okay, on to P2. And I seek a motion to receive and file the affidavit for publishing a legal notice and correspondence received in response to the public hearing notice.
I have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Councilmember Fish. How do you vote? Councilmember Vera?
Aye.
Councilmember McMorrin?
Aye.
Councilmember Fish?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Puza?
Aye.
Mayor O'Brien?
Aye.
That motion unanimously passes.
Okay, great. And may we have a staff report, please?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. My name is Tim Katsouris, Culver City Building and Safety Building Official. I'm here today to introduce the ordinance that establishes the 2025 edition of the California Building Standards Code. The International Building Codes are established nationally by the International Code Council. They serve as a model code that state agencies such as the Department of Housing and Community Development amend. The model code, along with the state amendments, forms the California Building Standards Code, which was published July 1st, 2025. Effective October 1st, 2025, Assembly Bill 130 prohibits new local residential building code amendments for the next 6 years. However, it does allow existing local amendments in effect prior to October 1st to be carried over. The recently adopted single exit stairway ordinance is an example of a local code amendment adopted prior to October 1st, 2025 that can be carried over. Thank you. The local amendments must be more restrictive than the state amended standards based on local climatic, topographic, geological, and environmental conditions. After adoption by the city, they'll be filed with the Building Standards Commission and will become effective for permits submitted on or after January 1st, 2026. Although a comprehensive package, the proposed ordinance is a carryover of local amendments from the 2022 California Building Standards Code, including seismic performance enhancements, hazard mitigation, and the previously mentioned single exit stairway provisions. Readopting existing local amendments is a common practice and is frequently observed by other cities. There are also other edits that realign sections and standard additions. And finally, there's an administrative change to extend the plan check and permit expirations up to 1 year to streamline permitting and construction. The next steps are to introduce an ordinance that repeals and replaces various sections of the Culver City Municipal Code and adopt the 2025 California Building Standards Code with local amendments, and to adopt a resolution of express findings pertaining to local climatic, geological, and topographical conditions. Thank you. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you for your report. Any questions from my colleagues? Okay, no questions.
No questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did it again.
It's okay. I'm gonna just chime in.
Yeah, just jump in if I forget. Okay. We have a motion to open the public hearing.
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, second by Councilmember Fish. How do you vote, Councilmember Vera?
Aye.
McMorrin?
Aye.
Fish?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Puza?
Aye.
And Mayor O'Brien.
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Do we have any comments from the public?
There are none.
Okay. May I have a motion to close the public hearing?
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, second by Councilmember Fish to close the public hearing. How do you vote, Councilmember Vera?
Aye.
Councilmember McMorrin?
Aye.
Councilmember Fish?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Puza?
Aye.
And Mayor O'Brien.
Aye.
That motion passes, 5 ayes.
Thank you. Any final comments from council members? Councilmember McMorrin?
Nothing for me. Ready to pass it.
Thank you. Okay. With that, I would like to receive a motion to introduce an ordinance that A is repealing and replacing Culver City Municipal Code Subchapter 15.02.100 of Chapter 15.02, quote, adoption of state codes. B, repealing and replacing Culver City Municipal Code Subchapter 15.02.1100 of Chapter 15.02, quote, local amendments to Cal Green, CBC, and CRC to establish REACH code standards. And C, adopting by reference the 2025 CAC 2025 CBC with local amendments, 2025 CRC with local amendments, 2025 CEC, 2025 CMC with local amendments, 2025 CPC with local amendments, 2025 Energy Code, 2025 CWUIC with local amendments, 2025 CHC Code, 2025 CEBC with local amendments, 2025 Cal Green with local amendments, and 2025 CRSC, 2024 IPMC with local amendments, and adopt a resolution of express findings pertaining to local climatic, geological, or topographical conditions.
And we have a motion by Vice Mayor Puza, a second by Councilmember Vera. How do you vote, Councilmember Vera?
Aye.
Councilmember McMorrin?
Aye.
Councilmember Fish?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Puza?
Aye.
And Mayor O'Brien.
Aye.
This motion passes, 5 ayes. And it is introduced. Thank you.
Okay. I get to move over to my second book.
I know.
Thank you, Tim. Okay, we're on to public hearing number 3. And may I please have a motion to receive and file the affidavit of mailing, publishing, and posting of public notice?
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Vice Mayor Puza. How do you vote, Councilmember Vera?
Aye.
Councilmember McMorrin?
Aye.
Councilmember Fish?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Puza?
Aye.
Mayor O'Brien?
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you.
Give me 1 minute to pull up the staff report. Is this the one? Yeah. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and community members. My name is Gabriela Silva, Associate Planner in the current Planning Division and the city's case manager for this project. I'm joined tonight by current Planning Manager Emily Stadnicki. Tonight, we will present the appeal of a proposed fueling station relocation and expansion project at 13431 Washington Boulevard, commonly known as the Costco site, and outline the project description, background, environmental assessment, and appeal points. The project includes demolition of the existing 8-dispenser fueling station and 2 retail food structures, and construction of the proposed 15-dispenser fueling station with project design features as well as related site improvements. The project site is a 3.2-acre area within the overall commercial center and is in the former but still applicable commercial regional retail zone, where fueling stations are a permitted use. The boxes show the project site work area in the context of the overall center and the surrounding streets. Residential neighborhoods in the abutting streets just beyond, which include commercial and mixed use along Washington Boulevard and residential neighborhoods in the abutting streets just beyond the commercial corridor. The fueling station is proposed to be relocated from the green outlined area to the yellow outlined area and expanded to provide 15 dispensers for a total of 30 fueling positions, a 17.5-foot high canopy, 6 fueling lanes, and additional bypass lanes. Here you see the proposed layout. The relocated fueling station is in the yellow outlined area. In the former location of the fueling station are 54 new parking spaces, including 20 EV charging stations and new landscaping. 3 project design features are included in the project, including temporary noise barriers, use of specialized construction equipment, and coordination of construction activity with the city's stormwater project. Here is a side-by-side comparison detail of the existing aerial with the proposed plan below. Next. The original Costco project was approved with a conditional use permit, or CUP, in 1998. This project's process began in 2020 and included multiple community meetings. The main points of concern related to traffic congestion, vehicle circulation, and construction coordination. The project requires approval of conditional use permit modification and adoption of a California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, clearance. Based on technical studies, CEQA guidelines, and applicable zoning code requirements, Planning Commission adopted a Class 32 categorical exemption for infill development projects and approval of the CUP modification for the project. The Class 32 exemption includes the following criteria: consistency with the general plan and zoning code, less than a 5-acre site within city limits surrounded by urban uses, no value as a habitat for endangered, rare, or threatened species, served by all required utilities and public services, no significant impacts related to traffic, noise, air quality, or water quality, and not subject to any exceptions under CEQA. The CUP required findings also include compatibility with the land uses in the vicinity, physical suitability for the type and intensity of the proposed use, and that the project would not be detrimental to the public interest, health, safety, or general welfare, or injurious to persons, property, or improvements in the vicinity. A timely appeal was filed indicating objections to the project approval and CEQA determination. Staff assessed the appeal points as well as responses from the applicant and engaged a third-party environmental consultant to conduct a peer review study. As further detailed in Attachment 2, the primary points of the appellant's objections relate to air quality, traffic, significant impacts due to unusual circumstances, required findings, and documentation, and include the assertion that not all sensitive receptors near the site were identified or adequately assessed for air quality impacts, not all air contaminants were evaluated for impacts, trip credits were incorrectly applied to the traffic analysis, common sense was not used when determining future Costco membership, that the project falls under the significant effect exception to categorical exemptions based on the proximity to schools, preschools. The required finding related to detrimental effects is not adequately made or supported by the documentation, and that not all supporting documents for the Class 32 exemption were included in the Planning Commission staff report or attachments. The applicant provided point-by-point responses to each of the appellant's points as detailed in Attachment 3, noting there is substantial evidence in the technical studies and Class 32 report to support the categorical exemption, including any exceptions, as well as the CUP required findings, including criteria relating to air quality and traffic impacts. The appellant's claims are not supported by credible or substantial evidence. All required documentation was available to the Planning Commission and general public, and that the environmental determination was not made in conflict with the provisions of the municipal code. A third-party environmental consultant peer-reviewed the appeal and related documentation of the CEQA determination. In concurrence with staff, the city's CEQA consultant confirmed the project meets the criteria for a Class 32 exemption and that there are no unusual circumstances that would create an exception to the exemption. Further, they agreed with the Class 32 exemption memo and the subsequent CEQA and appeal analysis prepared by the applicant. Specifically, regarding air quality, all contaminants were appropriately analyzed. All sensitive receptors were analyzed, including schools, which were analyzed even more conservatively than required. Appropriate spatial averaging methodology was used, and impacts were analyzed at maximum throughput regardless of the future Costco membership. Appropriate traffic analysis methodologies were applied, including when accounting for trip credits, and in fact provided for a more conservative analysis. Additionally, there is substantial evidence supporting the required findings, including regarding detrimental impacts. All documentation was available to the Planning Commission and general public, and the environmental determination was not made in conflict with the zoning code. Next. Based on the preceding information, and staff recommends that the City Council deny the appeal and affirm Planning Commission's adoption of the Class 32 categorical exemption and approval of the CUP modification for the project as outlined in the proposed resolution. That concludes our presentation. The appellant and applicant presentations will follow. Staff and project consultants are here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that detailed report. Questions from my colleagues? Councilmember Fish, no questions? Vera? Vice Mayor? No, okay. Councilmember McMorrin, any questions?
Not at this time. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, may I have a motion to open the public hearing?
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Vice Mayor Puza to open the public hearing. How do you vote? Councilmember Vera?
Aye.
Councilmember McMorrin?
Aye.
Councilmember Fish?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Puza?
Aye.
And Mayor O'Brien?
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously.
Okay. So, in this process, we will hear from the appellant first. And I will let the city clerk direct the appellant. Okay.
Frank who? Frank Angel? Is that you?
Yes.
Great.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. It's a pleasure to be here in Culver City. The way we're organized is the representative of the appellant will make the opening statement, and with your indulgence, I would reserve 2 minutes for rebuttal myself.
Do we know how much time each speaker has?
Yeah. City clerk, how much time do we agree on?
We were told 5 minutes.
The appellant?
Yeah,
5 minutes?
5 minutes.
Okay, can we, are we
Are you
able to
Noah?
I'm Noah, hi.
Hi, okay. Let me get everything filled up for you.
Great, thank you. So we'd like to, we'll start by saying thank you, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Really appreciate your time and your thoughtful consideration of our position. We take this very seriously and respect the comments made by the representative, Gabriel Silva. We have a short video, I believe maybe you're queuing that up, which is about 4 minutes, and then I'll use the remainder of the 5 minutes to make a few comments. So thank you all. We'll start with the video. is Noah Beller. My wife and I operate a preschool from our home in Venice Beach, California.
I created this space for families to have a safe place to drop off their kids, for these kids to safely play around the playground and sing and dance.
Today, I'm concerned because this is a space for vulnerable young minds and bodies that are in a critical stage of development. And what is being proposed currently by Costco represents nothing less than a crime against their health and the public health of the community.
Not only are they relocating their gas station, but they're doubling the capacity of their gas station. So they currently have a station with 8 dispensers and 16 filling stations. They're going to go to 15 dispensers with 30 filling stations. They're going from having 60,000 gallons of underground storage to 120,000 gallons of underground storage. We don't know if we can say to the parents of the students whether or not they are dropping their kids off in a safe environment because we haven't been provided with that information.
A healthy environment for school is, number one. It's, it's just common sense.
The nurturing and safe environment right now is being threatened.
Gasoline and fumes and all those things are not good for people in general to be breathing, but let alone children.
I am part of a number of families calling on Costco to cease and desist this action.
Hi, my name is Otis Collins.
Sam Hiley.
Alba Beller.
Katie Rowland, and I'm calling on the Culver City City Council.
As a father, as your neighbor, and as an owner and operator of a preschool, I'm asking you
to deny the relocation of the
Costco gas station, or at least
conduct an environmental assessment
to prove to us that the air we'll breathe won't be harmful.
That you're not putting our community and our children in harm's way. So ideally, those kids would be here to represent themselves. A, it's past their bedtime. B, they depend upon us. They depend upon adults, and they depend upon the elected officials to protect them. They're not in a position to fend for themselves. And this particular population, which are known as sensitive receptors, are particularly vulnerable to the benzene that the gas station would put into the environment. So I'm a Costco member. I'm very familiar with that parking lot. I know that and can respect that Costco wants to improve the experience for their members, but I do not believe that should come at the expense of the well-being of our community and specifically preschools. And there are 2 preschools within 200 feet of the proposed new location. My final comment will be that the term modification was used earlier. This clearly is not a modification on the existing gas station. It's an entirely new gas station. So I think it's only reasonable to conclude that environmental impact report is performed to, like the video says, to prove to the community and most importantly to these young, vulnerable
Your time has expired.
individuals that they're in a safe environment. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, now, do we have the applicant here?
Good evening, honorable council members. My name is Dale Goldsmith with the AGD Law Firm. I'm the land use and CEQA counsel for Costco. Here with me tonight are Therese Garcia, Julie Anderson, and the rest of the Costco development team who are available for any questions you may have. We wholeheartedly agree with the conclusions of the staff report and the city's independent experts that the appeal is without merit. I'll briefly respond to the testimony tonight. The thrust of the testimony was that there will be potential health risks to the Sol y Yelena preschool, which is operated out of a home without the necessary zoning approvals. The project's extensive environmental analysis includes a detailed HRA, or health risk assessment, that was prepared in accordance with the most recent and stringent requirements of OHIHA, the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, and the South Coast Air Quality Management District. It was also independently reviewed by the city and the city's experts. The HRA considered all relevant pollutants, including benzene. It also included age sensitivity factors, which specifically addresses potential impacts on children due to their different breathing rates and different size, and that takes into account that greater sensitivity. In addition, the HRA very conservatively assessed the school as a residence, and that's important because residents spend more time during the day than a preschool student and are assumed to stay in the residence for 30 years as opposed to just a couple years for the preschool. So it presents a much more conservative assessment, and even under these conservative assumptions, the analysis concludes that the impacts would be less than significant. In addition, Costco is going to need a permit from the South Coast Air Quality Management District to operate the facility. They will also scrutinize the HRA, and they will not issue that permit unless they are convinced that the project will not result in any significant adverse health impacts to residents or the preschools that were mentioned this evening. The appellant wants an EIR. Because it's needed allegedly to adequately disclose these potential impacts. However, the rigorous expert studies that support this exemption analysis, traffic study, air quality study, health risk assessment, noise study, water quality study, all of which were independently reviewed by the city and peer-reviewed by the city's expert, show that the project will not have a significant impact. These studies are the exact same studies that would be prepared in an EIR. And so the EIR will not yield any meaningful new information. It'll just cause unnecessary delay and unnecessarily place demands on staff's limited resources. In conclusion, there's been a gas station on this site since 1999. It no longer functions efficiently, and I actually was by there tonight, and the queues were quite long at the fueling facility. Costco is seeking to develop a new state-of-the-art facility to reduce queues, improve circulation, provide for more efficient operations, and improve its members' experience. The project will generate sales tax revenues for the city and further the city's environmental initiatives by including 20 fast EV chargers and providing for public use and providing additional bicycle parking for members and employees. City staff and the city's experts have thoroughly scrutinized the project and determined it will not result in any significant environmental impacts, including on residents and schools in the area. They agree that the Class 32 exemption is appropriate and that the appeal is without merit. Therefore, we respectfully request that you follow staff's recommendation to deny the appeal and uphold the City Planning Commission's approval of the project. Thank you for consideration. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. How many members of the public want to speak?
I currently have 12 speakers signed up.
Okay. Let's do 90 seconds each.
Our speakers for this item are Stephen Jones, Jocelyn Finger, Eve Rappaport, James Muir, Luna Beller, Indy Beller, Adam Weiss, Kate Fletcher, Eric Fletcher, Sean Silva, Hoya Gudarzid, and Phoebe Keith-Hoffer Garfinkel. Our first speaker is Stephen Jones.
How many minutes?
90 seconds.
Thanks.
Thank you. I sit on the Planning Commission, but I'm speaking here in my personal capacity. I voted for an environmental review when this came before the Planning Commission, and I urge you to vote for an environmental review tonight. Costco is pretending that the law requires you to treat those vacant storefronts as still occupied and drawing traffic, but the law doesn't tie your hands. You have discretion. You can choose that as an environmental baseline if you think it makes sense, but you don't have to. The case that Costco is citing says that, quote, the normal rule is actually to assume the vacant storefronts are vacant and not drawing traffic. That's what the case says. The city's allowed to deviate from the normal rule and assume there's still a Starbucks and a Verizon store there, but only if, quote, substantial evidence supports the determination that an existing conditions impact report would provide little or no relevant information or would be misleading as to the project's true impacts. Do you really think it's misleading to assume that this gas station expansion will increase car trips, given that every single Costco gas station expansion has seen a huge jump in car trips? Or is it more misleading to assume that this will be the first gas station expansion that Costco's ever done that decreases car trips? The law gives you a choice. It gives you discretion. Choose to deny the exemption, and don't let the threat of a frivolous lawsuit from a huge company deter you from protecting the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jocelyn Finger, followed by Eve Rappaport.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Jocelyn Finger. I'm a community member and a mom, and I have a child who went to Soli Luna. I'm not on an environmental review board. I'm not a lawyer. I don't do this normally. I work as a midwife, but I have to say I can't imagine that a project like this won't have a significant environmental impact. I shop at Costco. I see the traffic. I live in the community. The traffic is already terrible. The gas station is always full. Now we're going to have double the amount of idling cars, putting gasoline in and out, having benzene fumes leaking from the benzene from the gas tanks. And we have so many residents and preschool children who are so close to this proposed site. So we're asking you to really think about this and put the needs of the community and these young children before the needs of a giant corporation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eve Rappaport, followed by James Muir.
Hi, I'm Eve Rappaport, and I own a home on Walnut. I'm the second house up in the residential area, and I'm here to urge the City Council to accept the appeal from Soli Luna. There's a letter from the neighbors in your packet which details the many concerns that we have, and that was presented to the Planning Commission, and I just want to focus on a couple of the issues that I'm concerned about. I'm not doubting that the consultants have done what's acceptable in terms of analyzing this. However, it doesn't make sense, some of the conclusions that they have. And the big one to me is, how can you allow a conditional use permit on an environmental impact report that was done over 25 years ago? You know how much that area has changed, this whole area has changed. And when this environmental impact report was first done, it was a much smaller gas station in a specific location. And so to me, it doesn't make sense to double the size of the gas station and move it closer to a residential area without looking at the EIR more carefully and frankly rescinding the CUP. Another issue I have is this whole trip number thing, which I guess somebody, it doesn't make any sense either. I mean, there was a little Starbucks, there was a little Verizon, and a really small Subway there, and your consultants are saying there's going to be no extra trips by this giant gas station that they're moving there. I'm done already? That was 90 seconds? Oh my God. Well, I'm hoping that, read the other letter, and I'm hoping that you'll deny, accept the appeal.
Thank you. Our next speaker is James Muir, followed by Alba Beller.
Hi, my name is James Muir, a direct resident next to this facility. I lived there before Costco was there, and I've seen all the changes that it's created to the neighborhood. It is just common sense to know if you are in that area, People already spoke about the long lines, the traffic. It backs up out of In-N-Out almost on a nightly basis, backs up from Lincoln and Washington during all the commuter hours. There's constantly accidents on the street. We're bringing in more traffic into an area where it's already impacted heavily by the traffic coming into Costco and the In-N-Out, which backs out onto Washington Boulevard. And you want people to come in to twice the amount of gas stations in that same entry and circle around. Plus, on that side of Costco, we already have the loading docks for Costco. They have their freight trucks coming in at all hours. The employee parking's on that side. The gas station opens up at 5:30 in the morning. People come in honking their horns with the music blaring, cars idling. It just doesn't, there's no common sense thinking to this project. And I hope that this appeal is looked at properly. It doesn't do anything good as a neighbor to Costco. They are one of the worst neighbors. Their landscaping just draws all the homeless people there to use it for their facilities, and it's just not a good neighbor.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alba Beller with 1 minute, 1 minute seated by Jordan Reisenweber, followed by Luna Beller.
Good evening, council members. My name is Alba Beller. I'm the owner and director of the Soli Luna Montessori Preschool, which is the video that you just watched. And I feel like we are not being unreasonable by asking a new environmental assessment. Anyone who would be in my position receiving these children in the morning and have 2 kids living in that home as well will agree with us that an environmental assessment is not too much to ask and is the responsible thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Luna Beller, followed by Indy Beller. No?
Luna's going to choose not to speak.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Indy Beller?
And Indy feels the same.
Okay. Our next speaker is Adam Weiss, followed by Kate Fletcher.
Good evening. My name is Adam Bice. I'm a proud community resident and the parent of a Soli Luna alumnus, my son Jackson. Preschool is a magical chapter in his growth, filled with culture, music, and tremendous amounts of outdoor learning. Schools like this don't just teach, they build a type of community that we all want to live in and feel safe in. That's why the proposed relocation and expansion of the Costco gas station deeply concerns me. This decision to deem this project exempt from environmental review is frankly shocking. At minimum, a full and transparent review is essential to ensure that this project is truly safe, especially for our youngest and most vulnerable residents. I revisited some of the core pillars that many of this council was elected upon, things like accountability and accessibility, support for small businesses, transparency over special interests, progressive transit and sustainable development, and restoring trust and deepening community engagement. I urge the council to uphold these commitments, to stand with families, small businesses, the health of our community rather than corporate convenience. Let's choose our future over fossil fuels and keep Culver City's values strong. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kate Fletcher, followed by Eric Fletcher.
Hello. I'm here as a community member, but also as a Costco super fan. I was there for lunch today. I'm there like once a week, maybe twice. Big Kirkland person. And yet, I'm kind of shocked by some of the things I've heard about this project. And even tonight, the lawyer who said, this is going to slow us down, this is going to cause unnecessary delay and expense, use different resources. I don't know when else we would choose to slow things down. What else would be a greater cause to slow things down and make sure we're doing this right? This seems like table stakes to be doing this report. He said there's been a gas station on this site since 1999. We all know that's not true. This is a fundamentally different site. When you look at that map, that site is next to a bunch of commercial property, much of which is, not even in use. The site they're talking about is literally across the street from houses, preschools, as discussed. It's just a fundamentally different gas station. And so we need to go back to this environmental impact report and do it again. It's an absolute no-brainer, and I hope that you all see the same. Thank you for having me, and I'll be there next week no matter what, but I will be upset if this passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eric Pletcher, followed by Sean Silva.
Hi there. Can the council hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. So I just want to echo sort of what I've heard from the last several speakers. I'm 100% aligned with how they feel. My family spends a lot of time at the loving Beller home. My kids are there weekly, as are we. And it just seems like a big decision like this should err on the side of safety and care for residents. I don't know why we would err in any other direction on something like this. So I'm just hoping that council does the very prudent, very pragmatic thing on this and requires the environmental study. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sean Silva, followed by Puya Gurdarzi.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. My name is Sean Silva, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Office of LA City Councilman Tracy Park as her Venice Deputy and Planning Liaison. I'm speaking on this item, the appeal of a Planning Commission action on the application for a conditional use permit modification for the relocation and expansion of an existing Costco fueling station. The councilman concurs with the points raised in the appeal. The appellant details their concerns about the potential environmental impact of the project and that review beyond a categorical exemption from CEQA we believe is warranted given the scope of the project and concerns raised at the commission level. The proposed project has impacts that will spill into the city of Los Angeles, and we ask that those impacts be further studied. Your consideration is appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Puya Gurdarzi, followed by Phoebe Kaikhofer Garfinkel.
Hi, good evening. My name is Puya Gurdarzi, and I live directly next to the property line where Costco wants to move the gas station. I'm also a parent of 7-month-old twins. As a LEED accredited professional, I have trained to design safer, healthier homes, reducing exposure to VOC at the same harmful fumes that gas station would emit. It's hard to understand how the project that moves a major VOC source right next to the family homes could ever be considered exempt from environmental review. Our neighborhood is one of the few R1 zones that has been surrounded by commercial zones, commercial areas. From a zoning and urban design standpoint, it's clear that factors were ignored by granting this exemption. The city of Culver City is turning blind eyes to both environmental and planning principles, and to residents who live here. I urge to deny the exemption and require full environmental impact review. Please protect our homes, our children, and our health. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Phoebe Kaikhofer Garfinkel.
Hi there, my name is Phoebe Garfinkel. Thank you for hearing our comments tonight.
I am asking that you please vote to deny the request for an environmental exemption for the gas station expansion and its relocation. It is really widely known at this point that gas stations cause cancer, and the California Air Resources Board recommends cities never approve gas stations near residences or other sensitive receptors, such as a preschool that is literally 200 feet away. Granting this exemption ignores the impacts on also the traffic and the air quality, with all the like benzene being pumped into the air, and that area already has such bad traffic. It's a huge quality of life. It's going to be a huge quality of life issue if we expand that even more. And we have double the amount of cars coming there to get gas and polluting the air. And every Costco gas station expansion has, other people have said this, but it's resulted in more car trips and more gas pumped. And we really shouldn't be approving this. And the expansion is also just inconsistent with the general plan. And the general plan said this neighborhood was singled out by the city for special concern when it comes to the environmental justice issues, and we need to make sure that we are keeping that commitment, especially to the young people of Culver City who are too little to be speaking here tonight. And so I'm one of the people who's going to speak for them, because they're our future. We have to look out for their health, and we cannot put the needs of a corporation above the health needs and quality of life of young people. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Mayor. We actually have one more speaker, Paula McCready.
Former employee of Costco. I worked there for almost 10 years. And I also live on Walnut Boulevard, or Walnut Avenue, along with all my other cohorts here tonight. And last time we were here, I heard a comment from Costco about, well, we didn't want to bother the Culver City side, so we didn't want to move it to that side because then we would have had to do more. So it's okay to move it to the LA side, and it just kind of seems wrong. And talking about green building, moving a gas station within 200 feet of all of our homes doesn't seem very green to me. And if you guys are really upholding green building, I think we should uphold it for all of us and include the LA side. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final speaker for this item.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to all the speakers. Now the applicant has an opportunity to speak to any of the, questions or concerns that the public gave.
How much time do I have?
5 minutes again.
Oh, super. I'll try to be brief in light of the lateness of the hour. Once again, for the record, Dale Goldsmith, AGD. I want to reiterate that the studies that were conducted for this project are the exact same studies, including traffic, air quality, health risk, noise, water quality, as would be done in EIR. This exemption is not a shortcut. We've been working on it for many months. It's over 1,200 pages, including the appendices. This is a very heavy body of work, and it provides all the key information, honorable council members, that you need to uphold the Planning Commission's approval and deny the project. There was concerns expressed about VOCs and benzene. The air quality analysis expressly considered VOCs, including VOCs from vehicles, and also from fugitive VOCs from the gas pumping operations, and concluded that the emissions would be below the applicable thresholds of significance from the air district that are utilized by the city. In addition, the traffic studies did consider an increase in traffic. I don't think there's any effort to sugarcoat that. There is an increase in traffic, but it's not a linear increase in traffic. A doubling of pumps does not result, based on the database that Kittleson, the traffic consultant that Costco uses, has collected. It's not linear. There will be an increase, but that increase has been expressly analyzed in the traffic analysis, in the noise analysis, and the air quality analysis, and impacts have been determined to be less than significant. Also, the analysis conservatively considers trips from current members who don't bother to go to get gas because of the queues, and there is an existing queuing problem. I won't deny it. That's why we want to do the project. But those members who are not currently going to the gas station will go to the gas station because there's less queues, the whole purpose of this project. That's counted as a new trip. Those trips aren't really new on the roadway network, but they're conservatively considered to be new for the purposes of the analysis. And even with these conservative assumptions, there would not be any significant CEQA impact or non-CEQA impact based on level of service. There was I think it was Mr. Jones mentioned about the trip credit, stating that it was improper. Those uses were in operation when the traffic counts were taken for the original study, and it's correct to take the trip credit or else there'd be a double counting, because if the trips are not there, if there's no credit, you're adding artificial trips to the network and overstating impacts. In any event, as the peer-reviewed response to the appeal from Kittleson, which is included in your packet, stated, the project's transportation impacts would be less than significant even if you didn't take the credit. So this is a bit of a red herring, I believe. Furthermore, the city's independent expert, Gibson Traffic Consultants, took new traffic counts this year that showed that the traffic has increased as compared to those conditions assessed in the traffic study, which were based on historical counts that were grossed up by 1% per year to provide a conservative analysis of the project's conditions. Specifically, there were over 900 fewer daily trips on Washington Boulevard. Therefore, the traffic study represents a conservative analysis that overstates project impacts. Those are the primary considerations. And I did want to, again, reiterate, I've said it before and I don't want to belabor the point, but the school impacts were scrutinized. If you did an EIR, you'd have the same result, the same conclusion. Impacts would be less than significant because even using conservative assumptions, those impacts are less than significant and below the applicable air district and city thresholds. I'm available for any questions you may have. Thank you for consideration.
Mr. Goldsmith, can you stay there, and I'll ask my colleagues if they have any questions of you while you're here. Councilmember Fish? Councilmember Red? Yeah.
Are you going to check with Councilmember Moore?
I did.
Okay. Mr. Goldsmith, thank you. Thank you for coming out. Let me ask a question in terms of DEIR and this that was given to us. What is the difference? What is this report missing that the EIR would provide?
An EIR would have some rather esoteric sections like growth-inducing impacts. It would have agriculture, which I don't think is an issue here. It might consider alternatives to the project, which with this side, there really aren't any alternatives. Because the reason why this project is being done is to improve circulation and reduce queues. There simply isn't any other room on the site to relocate the facility, to put the facility that would have the benefits in queue reduction and circulation improvement. So therefore, we don't think that having any alternatives analysis would provide any meaningful information.
Okay.
Well, I think that's what you heard. They don't want it at all. They don't want an EIR. They don't want a project at all. But there's a project that's going to be there in any event.
Hello, folks, please.
Is there a, in terms of having a bigger gas station, does that mean you get to pump more fuel, or is there a limit on, or no?
Well, that's an excellent question, Councilmember Vera. Yes, the South Coast Air Quality Management District caps the amount of throughput on an annual and a monthly basis. Costco's never come close to reaching that cap. And doesn't anticipate doing so yet. The analysis assumed that every month, every year, the cap was maximum. So again, represents a worst-case analysis in terms of health risk and in terms of air quality. And in order to get beyond that cap, there's a more extensive they'd have to go for a permit with the SAQMD. There's a more extensive process, and the SAQMD wouldn't allow that increase beyond the current capacity unless they were satisfied that impacts would be less than significant.
And just one last question. What is the physical distance between the site now compared to the new site?
I think it's about 200 feet. I'll let, my distances aren't that great necessarily, but I think that's what it is. But I'll double check with the team.
That's fine. Okay, no other questions from the mayor. Thank you, Mr. Goldsmith.
Okay, thank you. Councilor McMorrin, do you have any questions for the applicant?
I do not. Thanks for checking with me, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Puzza? Okay. I think I'm good for now.
Thank you very much.
Okay. And we'd like to hear a rebuttal from the appellant, if you'd like to give it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Honorable Council Member Frank Angel, Council for Sol y Luna Montessori School. Astoundingly, none of the staff report and documentation, whether it's 5 inches thick or 10 inches thick, before this council advocating approval of this proposed gas station, even mentions that the project is located in the only state EPA-identified disadvantaged community in Culver City and larger surrounding area, and in an environmentally priority neighborhood under Senate Bill 1000, one of only 2 of the city's environmental priority neighborhoods. The census tract in which this project is located, as well as the tract containing Sol y Luna next door and Morning Glory Preschool, both rank in the highest possible, meaning the worst possible, percentile category for pollution burden. That's Cali, PA, and that's the 90-plus percentile, between 190 and 100%. And that's the screenshot that also shows it in our comment letter, which we submitted today. That alone is an unusual circumstance because it only applies to this census tract in the city, this classification, to bring it out of the exemption and make it subject to CEQA. And I'll tell you something, the reason why they avoided CEQA is because had they done an EIR, they would have had to consult with other agencies. They would have had to involve citizens and organizations from outside the city to do public comment. And what is ironic is, he says they've been working on this for 2 or 3 years. They could have done an EIR in that time period. But what it allowed them to do, the exemption, is to avoid public accountability. And what it allowed them to do, and you heard it, he's admitted it, avoid alternatives review. To approve a CEQA exemption in this case would perpetrate a grave injustice, a grave environmental injustice for an urban residential community already exposed to much higher pollution burdens than the rest of California, and with increasing heat waves only exacerbating ozone pollution. The applicant's slanted and incomplete health risk analysis is not enough. The citizenry deserves nothing less than CEQA-mandated environmental accountability. The City Council must reverse the Planning Commission's approval of this project. By now, you will have seen from our written comments that the CUP modification not only improperly relies on this exemption, also it impermissibly relies on consistency's findings with a general plan that was adopted last century, is hopelessly outdated, and is superseded by a new general plan this city went to great lengths to craft and adopt last year. The project flies in the face of several elements and central policies of this new general plan. The old general plan didn't even have an environmental justice component. And so the staff report and the applicant's documentations completely ignores your new general plan. And yet, for the exemption to be approved by this council, you must make a finding that the project is consistent with all applicable general plan objectives and policies. And you have nothing to that effect before you. And we have shown to you that it is in fact inconsistent with a great number of objectives and policies of your new general plan. Not to mention inconsistent with the objectives of the state of California, which within this decade is no longer allowing the sale of internal combustion engines. Who in their right mind would now, in this day and age, expand a gas station, double its potential, The project's inconsistency with the general plan not only cuts in favor of CEQA review, allowing for interagency consultation pursuant to CEQA, conveniently, as I said, avoided by using a categorical CEQA exemption. Also, it calls for denial of the CUP modification since you cannot make the findings of consistency with your new applicable general plan. You stood up a couple of years ago to Sentinel. You can stand up to this. If you are cutting off, correctly so, in this day and age, the extraction of oil, then also
Your
please
time
do
has
not allow
expired.
it back in
Thank you.
downstream. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you to all the, thank you to all the speakers. May I have a motion to close the public hearing?
I have a motion from Councilmember Fish, a second from Vice Mayor Puza to close the public hearing. How do you vote, Councilmember Vera?
Aye.
Councilmember McMorrin?
Aye.
Councilmember Fish?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Puza?
Aye.
And Mayor O'Brien?
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. And let's go ahead and have any comments or further questions from my colleagues. Councilmember Fish.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll share my comments. Just gratitude for the families who joined us tonight to share their valid fears of having these 15 dispensers within 200 feet of their homes and a preschool, 2 preschools, sorry. There's, I appreciate the speakers that uplifted that there's a significant increased risk of childhood leukemia with benzene exposure, especially in kids under 5 years old. I think we need to do everything we can to challenge the position that we're in right now and ensure that our children are protected from these deeply harmful impacts. It's so widely accepted, as other speakers mentioned, that gas stations cause cancer, that CARB, the California Air Resources Board, recommends that cities never approve gas stations near residences. I believe it was 500 feet. And this moves those gas stations 200 feet towards our communities in a pollution-burdened community. And I think this is exactly what CEQA was intended for, assessing the impact of projects on our communities. And I'm hearing that, our representative from Costco doesn't believe that an EIR would reveal any new information. And if that is the case, then I believe there shouldn't be an issue with conducting it. I'm kind of perplexed by the argument that doubling the size of this already very popular gas station with lines around the block could somehow not increase emissions from vehicles and that pumps themselves, and those pumps themselves. I also, I understand the point too that this is inconsistent with the city's general plan. The permitted uses may be consistent with the gas station expansion and the zoning, but to add more pollution to an area that was singled out in our general plan as one that seeks to minimize pollution in low-income neighborhoods that have this high pollution burden. So that does not feel consistent with our general plan. So with that, colleagues, I'd support asking staff to prepare their best case in favor of the appeal, with that information coming to council at a later date for our consideration so that we have all of the facts available to us. I ran for this seat as an independent candidate. I refused support from the automotive and fossil fuel industry and other large corporate donors. I wasn't supported by any large corporate donors. So, that was on purpose so that I could represent people over profits. And I can't think of a more appropriate function of this body than to protect children from exposure to these chemicals. And I hope tonight we can at least explore every possible route to defend the people of our city and especially our young people from harm. All my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McMorrin, do you have any comments or questions?
Thank you so much, and I'm going to be quite brief tonight. I didn't want to miss this evening because never want to miss any meeting, but I am out of town supporting my daughter who's headed to college soon next year, hopefully. And, I'm hearing from, appreciation to staff, appreciation to community members and everyone that has come out to share their views in this public hearing. And ultimately, what I want to lift up is I really appreciate what Frank Engel, lifted up around naming the disadvantage of this neighborhood, naming the pollution burden, naming that all of the sustainability goals that I hope our general plan continues to lift up, as well as just the goals that we share in terms of the strategic guidelines for our council and expansion of fossil fuels seems very inconsistent with that. And knowing when I get gas at Costco or other places, there is the notice around the harmfulness of being near those receptors that is posted probably due to some litigation in the past that requires those signs to be there to warn us about those dangers. It just doesn't feel, it's like, what is the point of having these institutions, these systems, if we're not looking out for one another, if we're not looking out for our children, and making sure that they have the opportunity to thrive and have choices in their life, and supporting that as a city and as a community. And I don't feel that those things are incongruent. So I would like to support Councilmember Fish's suggestion of having staff come back to prepare in the future, to prepare the best case in favor of the appeal. And those are my thoughts this evening. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple questions really quick for staff before I get into my comments. There was mention made about being inconsistent with the general plan update, and staff has said in the report that it is consistent with the general plan update. Where's the discrepancy?
Thank you for that question. So the general plan goals that are being referenced in some of the comments this evening pertain to the general plan update, which was not in effect at the time that the Planning Commission took action on the CUP modification.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. And, okay, that's it in my question. I think, first, I appreciate everybody coming out and speaking on both sides of this argument. And it's tough. But I think we need to look at what's presented in front of us, and if it meets certain criteria, and if there's something compelling in what was just said and/or the reports, minus our feelings on legally and compelling what we can and can't do moving forward. I find it, whether we want to deny or support the appeal, I find it difficult to say that we as a city, as Costco and our third-party analysts didn't sort of check off all the boxes and make sure that we were in compliance with everything that was there moving forward, that there was nothing really unusual or out of the norm that we can say and pinpoint, like, this is the reasons why we want to move forward with the appeal or denying the appeal. I think everything that I heard, everything that I've read in this report, I find it, I find it difficult to appeal the Planning Commission's decision. I think we should support the Planning Commission's decision and move forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Pusa.
Thank you, Mayor. First, thank you to staff for the report and all the work that you've done. I know it's been a lot of work, so I really appreciate that. Thank you to all the public who's come out tonight. Thank you to Costco. I appreciate many of your business practices, and you've been a strong partner, and I know you care about the community. I completely understand why many residents are calling for an EIR. It's understandable to want transparency, to call for strong environmental protections and careful review, especially for a project of this scale and sensitivity. It's people's health, it's their children's health, and public trust, health, and environmental stewardship are values that I deeply care about. I'm not necessarily opposed to this project. I just think we need more info. Again, tonight I heard a lot of fear and concern. So I really see this as an opportunity to build more trust between neighbors. And I don't see harm in gathering more information with the EIR. So I'd love to see if we can find some way to, do that. Thank you so much, Mayor.
I echo my colleagues' comments about, thanking everyone for being here. Thank you also to Costco for speaking and all the work that our staff has done on this. I have now 2 grown children who went to school in Culver City, and I fully understand and appreciate concerns about new development and about the impacts on the environment. And I also really lean on what the hard work our staff does and what they pull out of their hard work. And as mentioned, so much work, the book keeps hitting my speaking button. And the study that was done, I could see how community members might, look sideways because it was done or sponsored by the applicant. But it's really critical to note that we have our own third-party peer review who reviewed it, examined it, and determined that the findings were accurate. And we talk a lot up here about, following the data, following the science. And when this much effort is done and is put into examining this, and then we have our own third-party review, fact-checking it, assuring that it's accurate and that it's true, then I have to support that. I understand the fears. I don't know how I would feel if I was in that same space, but I have to keep, that feeling's an emotional feeling for me, and I have to trust all the work and cross-checking that was done by our staff's consultant. So, I think we have the votes to support the appeal, but I'm not going to recommend that. So, I'm looking for a motion. Maybe Vice Mayor Puza is asking for something different than what is in the recommended options of motions.
Mayor. Sorry.
Councilmember Fish.
I was just going to share that I can put in the motion for remanding this to a future meeting and directing staff to come up with our strongest argument using some of the points that were uplifted about car trips with regard to their new location and a potential increase in car trips, to analyze that as a potential route for
Councilmember
Not
Fish.
concurring with the report, yes.
I think what I'm hearing is that there's concerns from council members about the traffic impacts,
Mhm.
and that you'd like staff to come back and report back to council as to whether that would be enough to take this out of the realm of a Class 32 exemption. So to come back with
Thank
more
you.
information on
Much
that.
more succinct than I was being. Yes, that would be
Is
the
that
intent
what
of the
I'm
motion.
understanding?
Yes, and then
Okay.
also around the general plan, I understand the general plan was different when this first came to the Planning Commission. I'd also love to know if the arguments around the general plan and how it is now is something that can be used in our argument, since that has changed since. And I also didn't get a chance to say it, but I definitely appreciate the thoroughness of this report from staff, so thank you.
So what I'm hearing are concerns about the consistency with our general plan and concerns about impacts related to traffic and queuing.
And health risks,
And health risks.
potential.
And with the general plan, that would be considering that this is a pollution-burdened community that was identified in the general plan.
I'd heard discussion of the SB 1000
SB 1000, yeah.
designation.
Thank you.
And then are we looking to refer it back to Planning Commission or back to council?
This would just be to council per staff's recommendation.
So what I'm hearing is the motion would be to continue this item and direct staff to come back with an updated resolution that considers the concerns that were raised related to the SB 1000 designation, general plan consistency, traffic queuing, and the health risks that have been raised by members of the public in their written public comments and then also in the verbal comments tonight. Is that correct? And to bring that
That
back
sounds
to the
good to me,
to the city
unless
council.
my colleague has anything else he wants to add. Thank you.
And so if, since we don't have a resolution that includes all of that, the direction that staff would need based on that motion would be to return with a resolution that analyzes those concerns. And then.
Thank you, yes.
And then to be clear, there's two sets of findings here. We have our CEQA, which is what council has to consider first, and then there's our CUP, our entitlement. And what I'm hearing are concerns at this point about the CEQA. I'm not hearing direction on the CUP modification and entitlement. Is that correct? That's not to say that there might not be concerns, but at this point,
Yeah, my motion is specific to the EIR
Great.
exemption. And thank you, Ms. Burrows, for helping us navigate through that.
Ms. Burrows, are you going to read that back or do you need the second now?
for clarity, I can read it back. So Councilmember Fish made a motion to direct staff to return with a resolution discussing the concerns related to the SB 1000 designation, the health risks that have been raised both in the written and verbal public comments, concerns about traffic queuing that have been raised in those two sets of comments, and then concerns about general plan consistency. And this is specifically related to why the findings supporting Class 32 exemption cannot be made, and a direction to prepare an EIR, or to conduct an initial study and determine what level of environmental review is needed.
Okay. Is there a second?
Happy to second it if there's no one there.
I just got a second.
And Mayor, I just wanted to reiterate what Ms. Burrows said. It's, you wouldn't be giving direction to prepare an EIR, but to do the initial study to see what level of documentation is warranted.
So as a reminder, in terms of the steps of CEQA review, the first step is the project exempt from CEQA? If it is not exempt from CEQA and we move forward with the environmental review, the next step is to conduct an initial study to determine what level of CEQA review is required. And that could be a negative declaration, MND, or a full EIR.
Can we take a vote?
One moment. Okay, we have a motion from Councilmember Fish, a second by Vice Mayor Raposa, directing staff to come back with the resolution discussion. And I'm not going to be able to provide all of the details, but it's the details that Ms. Burrows supplied. So I will record the motion and ask Councilmember Vera, how do you vote?
Nay.
Councilmember McMorrin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councilmember Fish, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Puza?
Aye.
Mayor O'Brien?
Nay.
The motion passes, 3 ayes, 2 nays, nay from Mayor O'Brien and Councilmember Vera.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Move on to action items.
I mean, that's LA though, right? Was that sort
Hi, everyone. Can you please exit the chamber?
Okay, can we have a staff report on A1, please?
Hi, good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Luis Gonzalez. I am the city's Economic Development Project Manager. For your consideration this evening is A1, consideration of an entertainment zone for downtown Culver City, and provide direction to the city manager's office as deemed appropriate. On March 3rd, 2025, the Downtown Culver City Business Association, the DBA, requested that the City Council consider designating downtown Culver City as an entertainment zone to incentivize visitation to downtown, support existing events, and boosting economic activity in the area. As a result of SB 969, cities can designate entertainment zones, which are areas in the public right-of-way that allow licensed establishments to sell alcoholic beverages to patrons who then may walk around within the zone and consume their beverages. As proposed, the entertainment zone would include the entire downtown Culver City Business Improvement District and would also include the Steps, Town Plaza, and Main Street. And would, as proposed, the entertainment zone would only be activated during special events. Only businesses who are currently licensed to sell and distribute alcoholic beverages in downtown Culver City would be part of this program. Outside alcohol would not be allowed. To date, the proposed events that staff has identified that could potentially benefit from an entertainment zone are the Summer Concert Series, Independence Day Drone Show, Pride Ride and Festival, Third Wednesdays, Tree Lighting Sled-tacular, Love Local, and Love Local programming, as well as enhance future regional events such as the FIFA World Cup, the Super Bowl, and the 2028 Olympics. Currently, there are several jurisdictions who have an entertainment zone, Santa Monica, Long Beach, and San Francisco, to name a few. With the exception of San Francisco, these entertainment zones are all fairly new. However, they do report increased engagement and activity from visitors and residents. San Francisco reports that since the launch of their first entertainment zone on Front Street, businesses have experienced revenue increases up to 1,500%. Staff have confirmed with our police department that if there is a previous police deployment, with the exception of Third Wednesdays, which has historically taken place on private property, there is no change in the number of officers required to staff the event. The Economic Development Subcommittee supports the designation of an entertainment zone in downtown. Additionally, the entertainment zone has support from the Downtown Business Association and several local businesses in downtown. Should the City Council like to move forward with designating an entertainment zone, the City Council must adopt an ordinance that defines the geographical boundaries, amend municipal codes related to the consumption of alcohol in the public right-of-way, and then staff and the DBA would work to develop a comprehensive management plan to implement the entertainment zone. Staff is available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from my colleagues? Councilmember Fish?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for all your work on this. I'm looking forward to learning more as the conversation goes on, but how were the boundaries determined? I'm just curious. I noticed that it stops right before, and maybe it's just the downtown business area as defined, but I just noticed that it stops right before LA Ale Works. Is that because it's not a part of the Downtown Business Association zone?
Basically, to make it just a copy paste of what the current downtown bid is.
Okay, thank you. And then how will entry and exit, have we made any determination or idea of how entry and exit will be managed just for safety purposes?
So with an entertainment zone, it's basically you're allowed to drink within the zone. As part of the management plan, we would determine how entry and exit would work. This is just a discussion item, but again, there would be some type of procedure in terms of people entering, so they're not leaving with alcohol and they're not coming in with alcohol.
I noticed that the zone is really large, so that's why I was asking, because, and having people know when the zone ends and when it begins, I'm sure is going to be really important. And then just how do we manage that, getting rid of the drinks if someone has a drink. So It sounds like that's to be determined or in progress.
As part of the management plan.
Okay, thank you. And then, the areas that I know that have done this, I know Santa Monica, and then also in San Francisco, they do it for street events. It's predominantly for like open street events. Has there been any discussion of how this might pair with open streets events? Because I am concerned about I'm concerned about safety. And I think that's a real concern here is people, it's fun, first of all, to be able to drink and enjoy downtown Culver City, like I'm in on that. But the risk to people, walking into traffic or anything like that, seems like a pretty significant risk. Have we considered pairing this with open streets events or anything that could confine this to places where people can't get hurt from traffic violence?
We have not. Basically, we've taken all the events that we have currently. So the only one that would have a street closure associated with it would be the car show and part of Sledtacular. But that's something we can absolutely explore.
Okay, thank you. And then.
And if I could
go ahead.
jump in,
Yes.
Councilmember Fish. So the law requires that the city, in pursuing an entertainment zone, consult with public safety officials on all manner of issues related to alcohol in the right-of-way and control of events. So I think that these details would be worked out through the management plan, and then the law also requires that, I think it's every 3 years?
Every 2 years.
Every 2 years, that we revisit the entertainment zone and consult again with public safety to make sure that we're making any tweaks that are needed to maintain our public safety.
Thank you. I saw how large the zone was. That was kind of my first concern there. And then I saw that it's $47,000 price tag for just the first year, right? Is that correct? For the city in terms of additional costs?
So staff has worked together with our police department, and we've determined that if police are currently being deployed, that we would not add additional police officers. So I know that in the back, we had that attachment with all that chart, but those were just preliminary estimates. In further conversations with our police department, we've determined that if there's already an event that requires this many life safety, this many police officers, we would not supplement with more. But again, that's all up for review.
I see. So the costs, the costs were specific to police and life safety officers, police. So this cost table you're saying is essentially void or null at this point. You don't believe it will be necessary?
Except for third Wednesdays. Third Wednesdays.
Yeah. So that's 17,000, but the rest is you don't believe that will be necessary at this time?
At this time, yes.
Okay.
But again, it can be modified.
Okay, great. Thanks so much, Mr. Gonzalez. Thanks, Elaine. Thank you to your department for bringing this forward. I'm looking forward to hearing from the community and from my colleagues. Thank you.
Councilmember McMorrin, do you have any questions?
Not at this time, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember, no? Vice Mayor? Yeah, I'll save my comments for the comment section. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, we currently have 7 speakers signed up.
Okay, great. 90 seconds, please.
Our speakers for this item are Daryl Minthy, Jack Galanti, Melissa Sanders, Kara Push, Leah Pressman, Denise Neal, and Janine Wisnowski. Our first speaker is Daryl Minthy.
Well, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. My name is Daryl Minthy. I'm the Executive Director of the Culver City Downtown Business Association. I came here 6 months ago and asked you to bring this forward, so I'm very glad that we are here. For those of you who don't know, the entertainment zone was pioneered in San Francisco, and Senator Wiener authorized the bill to make it possible for any city to do it as of January 2025. Many cities have jumped in and done it, and we asked for this to happen here. Sort of for the public, what the entertainment zone really does, it allows people to walk around an event with a drink in your hand. It's not a free-for-all. For example, state law requires that all drinks be purchased from a licensed vendor in the zone. State law forbids open glass and metal containers. Local law forbids plastic. So we're going to be using compostable cups. Essentially, you're going to have people with wristbands and specially identifiable cups walking around in whichever zone we choose to operate, part of the zone we choose to operate in, or the entire zone. I realize Americans can get very puritanical about alcohol, but I want to say, this is, in the rest of the world, it's normal to buy a beer and walk around at an event. It's just what people do, and California can be a leader here. And many of our other cities are doing the same. I know I'm running out of time rather quickly, but, we want to understand how this works. That's why we're talking special events only. The atmosphere, I imagine here is, not drunken students, but my aging cousins in Cape Cod would take their Chardonnay to the beach to watch the sunset. This is what we're hoping for. We'll take their beer, their cocktail, they walk around. It's been very good for the cities that have done it. We really hope that you'll bring it forward tonight.
Your
Thank
time
you.
has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jack Galante, followed by Melissa Sanders.
Good? Okay. Lewis did the heavy lifting for me, so I don't have to give you the history. I do want to let you know that the entertainment zones in San Francisco had an average 81% increase to local businesses. As you see, the businesses downtown could use some uplift right now with the bars and restaurants, and I think this would be very beneficial to the downtown business district. The activation of our downtown Culver City event entertainment zone will help residents and visitors to hopefully soon be able to enjoy to-go beverages while strolling the designated area. I represent Culver City Pride, and one of the disadvantages in the current arrangement is people that can't support our local bars and then come and enjoy the performances. This entertainment zone will help do that, and it will bring more people to our event. Alcohol is a sticky subject, but I think safe consumption will be used. Also currently, under California law, a bar cannot overserve someone, so there's no issue with that. The existing law will also require bars to serve, and then there won't be open bars out there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders, followed by Kira Push.
Quick shout out to Jack. Please make your Halloween stuff available for more than one night. I'd love to come, but I'm a little busy. This sounds like a really fun idea. I love that we're kind of exploring this. I think there's lots of things that could benefit from this experience. And obviously, if it's a 2-year trial, great. Let's see if it works. Anything that can generate revenue and sales tax revenue and more excitement in downtown would be great. Perhaps we can incorporate some activities like the whole sip and paint thing that a lot of places do. Maybe we could set a larger one up and have a really huge fun painting class on the steps or something like that. And people could drink wine, get K&L or Totally Wine to come in and do like a wine tasting. I mean, there's so many different things that could be done with the alcohol and, and with other things to have fun with. I think it's a great idea. When we're talking about the kiosks as well, the more eyeballs on those, the better for us as well. So there could be kind of a win-win with this. And I do love the idea of being able to walk around with a drink and be able to go see things and not be stuck at a restaurant, like for 4th of July, if the drone show comes back again, things of that nature. So let's give it a try. I think anything to bring back downtown would be awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kira Push, followed by Leah Pressman.
Hi,
I just wanted to say I'm really excited by the idea of an entertainment zone, especially since they've proven so successful in other locations like Santa Monica, San Francisco, and Sacramento. When considering and emulating those other cities, however, I think it is really important to take note of the fact that they regularly couple their entertainment zones with open streets in order to improve the safety of all those participating. I also think if the intent of creating this entertainment zone is to boost local business and promote placemaking and a vibrant community space, then it would make a lot more sense to commit fully to the effort and close the area to through traffic, because doing so would not only increase the safety of what would likely be a slightly more inebriated public, but also create more room to, for instance, like enable local businesses and restaurants to put tables on the sidewalks and serve more customers, that kind of thing. Building on that, I'd also like to encourage council to consider promoting active modes of transportation to and from the entertainment zone, maybe by lengthening bus hours and frequencies or installing more temporary bike racks, that kind of thing. All in all, I think this is a super fun idea. Thank you guys for considering it. That's all.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Leah Pressman, followed by Denise Neal.
Good evening. I want to speak today to make sure that the city not agree to bear extra costs of the entertainment zone. I suspect that the figures were at least realistic in terms of what was with the staff report. We have had problems already with drinking and driving. There was someone killed downtown right after the bike lanes were removed, and a woman was permanently disabled by a drunk driver recently. I don't think we're being puritanical to be concerned about this. It is really in the public interest for the city to encourage people to drink less, not more. This is wellness promotion and violence prevention. Alcohol just has well-known, well-documented negative impacts on health, mental health, traffic safety. It's associated with an increase in child maltreatment, domestic violence, sexual assault, and other violent crime. I am not in favor of restricting alcohol consumption, but the way that we've been managing it with bartenders is much better than having a free-for-all zone. So I wanted to really make sure that the city is not paying extra for this, because the kinds of taxes that we collect, it's 2% of all the 10% of taxes. It really wouldn't cover things. And it's very important to make sure that safety around driving and walking where there are cars, where people are drinking more, or addressed.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Denise Neal, followed by Janine Wisnowski.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, and community at large. My name is Denise Neal. I believe that we need to find a safe middle ground on this, as we actually host the largest AA community in the nation on Wednesday nights. I think that we need to actually provide better options, like mocktail options. There are lots of drinks that can mock alcohol without doing the real thing. I'm not going to stop anyone's right to choose, but I think that it would be a liability to have people drinking on the steps, and we don't need extra liabilities right now. I experienced being aggressively bullied by someone who was purportedly sober on the 4th of July last year. And if that person had been drinking, they probably would have done something really dangerous besides shoving me and a woman with a small child, because she just felt aggressive and wanted to get bold. So there are some people that actually will step out of bounds when they're intoxicated. So I think that if the alcohol is served, it might be in a gallery situation in the Helms Art District, as we'll be making gallery space available. Maybe we should extend in that route, keep everything on one level, keep it away from the stairs, and maybe have a wristband system to where we can keep track of how many drinks a person's been served. And we also need color-coded bands to make sure underage or people with sobriety issues aren't being overserved. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Janine Wisnowski-Stalin.
Hello, good evening.
I am speaking in support of the proposed entertainment zone in downtown Culver City. I think it's a great idea. I think it's smart. I think it's timely. I think it will help our small businesses and make our downtown even more vibrant, especially with major events like the World Cup and the LA Olympics coming up. And other cities like Santa Monica and Long Beach, as was mentioned in the report, have done this successfully, safely, and responsibly by what they're saying. And I think this is a great way to help our downtown thrive. Culver City's always been known for creativity and community, and letting people enjoy a drink while attending permanent events like Pride Ride, Drone Show, and summer concerts just makes sense to me. And yeah, you know what? Non-alcoholic drinks like non-alcoholic beer, non-alcoholic wine, that sounds great too. Let's get them all in. This will encourage people to stay longer, shop, eat, and enjoy being here together, which is the whole purpose of special events downtown. I think carefully managed and reviewed regularly, this will be a great success. I appreciate the Downtown Business Association coming tonight, Darrell Menthe coming tonight, and talking to the city and proposing this. I think it's wonderful. Let's do it.
Thank you. That was our final speaker for this item.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone that commented. Any final comments from colleagues? Councilmember Fish.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you to the speakers and to everyone who showed up to give their opinion on this. Thank you to the work that's gone into it from our econ dev team and Mr. Menthe and the DBA for all the work and thought you've put into this. I also feel like this is a really exciting opportunity to support our small businesses downtown, and as a win-win can, provide some really fun experiences for some of these upcoming games and world events. And I do also agree with the sentiments shared and the concerns shared about safety from Ms. Neal, Ms. Pressman, and others, Ms. Push. And I want to see us, I'd love to see us kind of strike just take a first step in sort of exploring it. And I know that's the intention here, is to just explore it like Mr. Menthe said. So I'm interested in, one concern I have is just around folks who are intoxicated and interacting in the public right of way. So I would love to see us, and I took a look at the suggested events that are being proposed for this. I would personally love to see us pair our map with open streets or in areas where there is not vehicle traffic. So whether that's, the car show, they close the streets, they close, many streets down to car traffic for people to walk in the streets. I think that would be a good parameter for this entertainment zone, and for that to kind of flex depending on how much of an area we have for open streets. I'm just concerned about folks crossing the street and potentially getting injured while they're drinking, and then also the cost. I think we just had a really robust discussion around the Olympics plan, which is really exciting, and that's going to be a really wonderful experience for the city. It's also going to be $2.5 million, according to the staff report, in new revenues for our business community, which is wonderful. It's going to cost potential, $800,000 at a minimum, according to the staff report, for just the base level of events. Anything beyond that for open streets is not a part of that estimate. So my ask on cost is that the business community also help support the cost of this. And I know it's pretty small at this point. If we actually don't need police, it's only $17,000 for the third Wednesdays event. So my ask is that the business community can provide the fees necessary, because that's going to be a major benefit to our business community, is being able to walk around and enjoy our downtown with a drink. So those are sort of my top line thoughts. just to understand what the impact would be on the city to make up that revenue. I think we get 2 cents. I think we get 2 percentage points of our 10.25 sales tax. So I just did the back of the napkin math, and to make up that $17,000, we would need to generate $850,000 more in sales tax revenue, if my math is correct. Not sales tax revenue, in revenue. So that's a pretty steep hill to climb. So that's why I feel that if we are going to do events like these and have them more regular, it'd be great to get some funding and support from the business community to assist with that. And beyond that, I think this is a really good opportunity for the city, for people to enjoy our downtown, and I'm looking forward to hopefully approving it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you. I will try to be as brief as possible again. Thanks for everyone that commented. Thanks to staff for the report. I'm generally in support of this idea. I was excited when not too long ago Santa Monica rolled this out and know about different pilots and programs in other cities. So always open to new ways of approaching and supporting the many stakeholders in our community as well as our small business community. The main pieces that I want to make sure that we are thinking through and are very intentional and thoughtful about is the safety piece in a plethora of ways. I'm definitely interested in the open streets aspect. And I think Councilmember Fish already lifted this up, but similarly to how sort of when the Olympics came back, it was a bit more of a sort of a shared responsibility model or something like that. I don't think that's what we called it, but that's what it felt like when the item came back. There was more stakeholder support from across sort of sectors, from the nonprofit, from the organization, et cetera. Potentially, we could have something like that or different iterations of what this program could potentially look like. But generally, it's a wonderful idea, getting folks outside, making sure that they're safe and supporting our institutions and businesses is a wonderful idea. So I'm curious about more of the details and how to make sure that we're all in it together. Thanks for the time.
Thank you. Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, and everybody who came out and spoke. I think as a business person, we as a council profess that we're in support of small businesses, and I think what better way to show them that we support them by activating this entertainment zone. In terms of having businesses participate in or paying for it, I think sort of defeats the purpose right now. I think what we want to do is help them, not add an additional cost on them. It comes back in 2 years. Let's move forward with it as is. And for special events only, I don't know about the third Wednesday in terms of bearing an additional cost. But I think it's a great opportunity to really see the impact that it has on our businesses downtown, how effective it is. Mr. Galante was saying that, I believe you said in San Francisco went up by 80-something%. Okay, thank you. So what a great opportunity to show our businesses that we truly support them. And I'm happy and pleased to move forward with this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Puzo.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks to all the public comment and thanks to staff for the staff report. I think the creation of this activation zone is, another way to reimagine our public space. And we know residents and visitors want a more vibrant, walkable, and welcoming downtown. And I think this is another way to do that. I see this as a pilot program, obviously, because we're going to review it in 2 years. So as far as businesses paying for participation, I think that would be something to look at, in 2 years and see how the program's going. Just, as a pilot program, I think it's, we want the barrier to be low, see how it's going. If it's very successful, then I can see possibly looking at some cost sharing. I think that's a fine idea. As far as the safety component, I am concerned about it, and I appreciate the public comments about it. I just don't know what that looks like. So I'm stuck on that. I'm supportive of this idea. And I'm, going between, we will be increasing the amount of people who are drinking, people drink in bars, they can walk outside a bar and go into traffic as well, but now we're increasing the space that there might be closer to traffic. So I don't know, what does staff think about the idea that Councilmember Fish proposed about, so if it was like Pride, it would only be the space in Town Plaza, and we adjust it. Is that a possibility?
So boundaries can be adjusted. Additionally, I would also like to note that only participating businesses would be serving this alcohol, and as Jack mentioned, businesses are responsible for not over-serving. So businesses who are participating in the zone will be responsible for IDing. They would issue a wristband, and then they would also issue, the drinks would be poured in some type of consistent cup that all the businesses would pour out. So no one can come into the zone who's already, inebriated or in any other way. They would only be purchasing drinks from our participating businesses, and our businesses are familiar with not over-serving customers. So, yeah, and then we can adjust boundaries as well.
Okay, and Pride's boundary would also be right on the street as well, so, okay, but there's an option to adjust, and then each event would be, there would be a meeting before that we'd look at it and adjust. We just tailor it accordingly?
I think, Councilmember, I think one thing you'd want to consider is making sure that if the intent is to support all the downtown businesses, that there's some pathway for people, if it's not in the zone, for them to, get a beverage that's not inside the zone but go into the zone. So I think that there's some there could be some issue there. If somehow you create a boundary, but I'm just outside the zone, does that mean you can't come and get a beverage from me and then go into the zone? So theoretically, yes, but it's important to note that the reason that this is a new program is because it is not fenced in. Generally, if you go to a beer garden at an open streets event, or if you're going to a park, they're fenced in for this very reason, which is really just to designate it as a drinking zone to make sure that there isn't a cross of different folks going in there. But I think, as Luis may have mentioned, everyone would be having a branded wristband that would be, would have purchased a drink at a facility that is licensed by the ABC to do that and theoretically trained to do so.
And I know...
It's just where they're consuming it.
Got it. Thank you. I appreciate that. 3rd Street Promenade is closed off. How about, do you happen to know, like Long Beach, the other cities that are listed, are those streets all closed off? Do we know?
Long Beach has a similar concept, bigger concept, similar to Town Plaza and the Steps.
Okay.
But the one that would be similar to kind of an open, which would be more consistent with us, would be similar to something like one of the many neighborhoods in San Francisco.
So, Vice Mayor, one option you have is if you wanted to create, as you mentioned previously, if you wanted to create boundaries for every single event that designated what those open zone areas would be, and then one of the responsibilities of the event organizers would be to create signage that indicated where those zones are.
Do you mind if I chime in?
Sure.
Okay. Staff has commented that our police are going to be a part of this process. And I know, I think all of us know, in speaking with our chief, that he's not loose with safety protocols. If anything, he's really conservative. And I think if we let this go through that process of them putting a plan together with the consultation of the police department, they're not going to be loose in their safety protocols. And the only other thing I would add is that it's not like we're adding drinking establishments in the public right of way. These are people that I would argue may even be less drunk because they're not sitting at a bar being served drink after drink after drink. They're going in and getting a drink and then walking away. I would argue that, I mean, I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud, but I would argue that they are probably more sober than the person who's staying in the bar, having many drinks, and then walking out into traffic. It's just the way I'm thinking through it. But
and do we know how long? Thank you.
Yeah.
Do you know how long the city of San Francisco, those cities, have been doing this?
I believe San Francisco has been doing it since 2023, but I can confirm.
Okay. And we know. Sorry to put you on this. Keep putting you on the spot. If there's been, increased accidents.
I'm not familiar.
Sorry. Okay.
We did ask Santa Monica. Santa Monica's a different geography, but so far they've indicated that it's been going smoothly.
Okay. I am fine moving forward with this as proposed. And I think that is it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor, may I make a suggestion? I'm in San Francisco, were those were confined open streets events, right? I know at least one of the festivals is an open street event where they allow alcohol. Is that the one you're referencing?
If it's Front Street, but they have, I believe they have 7 or 9 now, and I'm not entirely sure if they're all open street.
Have you seen a plan that's this large where the confinement is this large?
I would have to confirm.
Okay, so, my concern here with safety is how large this area is, and I hear you, Elaine, about, wanting participants, wanting all the businesses to be able to participate. What I'd like to propose is that these boundaries be flexible based on the event design. So if, for example, the car show, it can be confined to the streets on on the route of the car show that are close to traffic. For Pride, I know there was a potential of opening Main Street or using Main Street for that, along with the Town Plaza. I believe that's what the Christmas event does too. So just in the spirit of making this a pilot and starting small, colleagues, I'm wondering if any of my colleagues would be supportive of confining the area to where to the streets that are close to car traffic, just to ensure safety and making sure that folks can walk around safely without worrying about getting injured, and having that be flexible based on the design of the event. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. I disagree with Councilmember Fish's concerns for the reasons that I already presented. I think people who are drinking in bars and sitting there drinking one after the other are going to get more drunk, if that's their goal, than people who go to the bar, grab a drink, and then sit and watch the summer concert series, or walk up and down with a drink in their hand while they're looking at the cars in the car show. So I would like to enter a motion for staff to move forward with the map and the concept as is, and come back with the necessary safety parameters, the wristband methodology, the container methodology, all the things that are talked about in the staff report to make it a safe event.
Mayor, I hear your opinion, your concern. Folks that are in bars and sitting in bars drinking still have to go home at the end of the night anyways. So I'm going to put in a substitute motion to pass as is, but with flexible boundaries that can scale based on the design of the event to prioritize open streets areas for these entertainment zones.
I support that, and if, as much as possible, we can look at design as a way of supporting safety in the front end. I know that, open to consulting with other departments, but there's a lot of research that shows like design is also a great way to keep folks safe when dealing with a lot of the elements that have been uplifted tonight. Thanks.
One follow-up question. So if it's Main Street, we close off Main Street, there's still two borders that align with traffic. So we're still gonna, what is going to prevent, how is the design going to prevent people from, what's different, I guess?
Yeah, even at the car show, there's a boundary to the car show. So if you're in the street and you cross Duquesne, you're crossing Duquesne, you're no longer on the open street. So there's going to be open boundaries no matter where we put them. There's going to be an end to where that flexible space is going to be.
And there's no fencing?
There is no fencing for this, no.
If I could jump in, there may not be fencing required for the ABC license, but if council gives us direction as part of the management plan, we could require fencing. So I think that's the distinction here is the alcohol use permits that the city issues so far have been, pursuant to a really specific ABC licensing where there's fencing up and it's to limit entrance to people who are over 21. For entertainment zones, if a management plan requires fencing in certain circumstances, the city council can require that fencing. It's just not required for the ABC license for the event. Does that make sense? This is a separate way to sell alcohol that doesn't, as a condition of the ABC license, require fencing around the whole
Mayor?
event.
When you get a second, can I speak or?
I'm sorry?
Can I speak or?
Yeah, City Attorney, yeah, go ahead.
All right, thank you. I understand the concern, but I think moving forward, like I said, once again, this is a pilot project. Myself and the Vice Mayor sit on the Economic Subcommittee. We can discuss sort of boundaries in there, how it's set up. You start talking about fences, now you're going to add an additional cost to whatever we're trying to mitigate. So it's a 2-year pilot project. Let's set up in the Econ Subcommittee how we want to move forward with this, present it to council, and let's move forward with it as a pilot project. But to impose all these restrictions right now, I think it's a little premature. Yeah, that's it, Mayor.
Okay, there's a substitute motion on the floor. So.
That's right. The motion is just to flex the boundaries based on the design of the event. So it's not to put in more fencing or do any additional barriers that would not exist otherwise. It's just the region is this big on the map, and depending on the size of the event, where there are safe open streets for people to travel, that flexes. And yes, Vice Mayor's point is valid that there would still be an intersection at Culver and Main. That intersection in particular is pretty safe. It's a scramble crosswalk. So I would propose that the fewer intersections, the fewer interactions we can have with people, crossing at dangerous intersections, the better. And that's helpful to minimize risk. So that's the intent of the motion, is to minimize risk.
I think
and it's not trying to be overly prescriptive. It's just
sorry, Mayor,
allowing for flexibility based on the design of the event.
Councilor Rivera?
I think that's what the subcommittee should be about. It's about creating a management plan, and staff already said that we can determine as each event moves forward the boundaries in which we want to have for that specific event. to focus it around open streets. You're talking about additional costs. There's still mitigating factors that we have to really keep in mind, that there is still going to be traffic. So let's create something in the subcommittee, present it to council, and move forward with it. But that's my 2 cents. If there's a substitute motion and a second, then
Yeah.
I don't know if what we're saying is too far apart, Councilmember Vera, but I appreciate that.
We have a motion by Councilmember Fish, second by Councilmember McMorrin. How do you vote, Councilmember Vera?
nay.
Councilmember McMorrin?
Aye.
Councilmember Fish?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Puza?
Nay.
Mayor O'Brien?
Nay.
That motion fails, 3-2. The 2 ayes were Councilmember McMorrin and Fish.
Okay.
I'll submit a motion, Mayor, to approve the item as staff recommends.
I have a motion by,
Mayor, can we just do a clarification? So we just want to clarify that the direction here is to do the management plan with the Economic Development Subcommittee, but concurrently proceed with the next steps, which would be look at modifying the city's ordinance.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
okay. We have a motion by Councilmember Vera and a second by Mayor O'Brien. Please vote. Councilmember Vera?
Aye.
Councilmember McMorrin?
Aye.
Councilmember Fish?
Nay.
Councilmember Puza?
Aye.
Mayor O'Brien?
Aye.
That motion passes. 4 ayes, 1 nay. Nay from Councilmember Fish. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis and Elaine. Thank you. Okay, on to A2.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. I'm Sean Singletary. I'm the Environmental Programs and Operations Manager here in Culver City. And tonight, Wallace Nash will be presenting the 4B item, so I'll kick it over to her.
Hi, good evening. We are here to hear council discuss the 4B plastic reduction proposals from the Sustainability Subcommittee, and we're seeking direction as deemed appropriate. Next slide. Just as a quick refresh, in March 2023, the Ballona Creek Renaissance brought forward 4 of these to the Sustainability Subcommittee. The proposal to ban the sale and use of balloons, single-use plastic beverage bottles, plastic bags, and outdoor smoking, as well as to investigate banning the sale of tobacco. Next slide. In April of 2024, these proposals were brought to the full city council, and artificial turf was added to the list of proposed ban items, and council directed staff to continue to discuss this at the sustainability subcommittee level and conduct educational outreach. So May 2024 through November 2024, we conducted educational outreach, and we surveyed our residents as well as our business community. We used social media with geolocation ads, and we promoted the survey through the Senior Center newsletter, the EPO newsletter, and we sent it to the entire business license list twice. We received over 1,000 responses. 905 of them were from residents and 163 from businesses. Additionally, our contractor, S. Groner and Associates, reached out directly to 65 businesses, and they were able to have longer conversations with 12 of them that decided to continue giving them qualitative data. Additionally, we had 6 sustainability subcommittee meetings in which we invited the business community and the community at large, residents, to come and give their opinion on these proposed bans. Then we had 2 town hall meetings. In January 2025, we hosted a town hall meeting in which approximately 40 businesses attended. And for the most part, they were interested in being more sustainable, but concerned about the costs associated. And we did have a local doctor who supported the bans due to the studies about microplastics and health. The Sustainability Subcommittee also requested that we hold a town hall specifically for restaurants to hear feedback about the proposed plastic bag ban. However, only one restaurant logged into the meeting, and they did not share any concerns at that time. So then the Sustainability Subcommittee directed staff to propose implementation options that could begin the discussion of how and where these bans could take form. So the research shows that each of these bans would be tailored specifically to each product since they're so different. And then the timeline and enforcement would also most likely be tailored to the product. And the timelines would also depend on how quickly council would want to implement these. So first, we had the beverage bottles. And on each of these tables, the green box indicates the subcommittee's recommendations, and the arrow indicates the Ballona Creek Renaissance proposal. So for the single-use plastic beverage bottles, the Sustainability Subcommittee recommended expanding our current regulations to prohibit plastic bottles from all city facilities regardless of beverage and all city-sponsored events. They also recommended imposing an additional fee to these items to offset the cost of climate initiatives in the city. And as far as our survey results, residents were split on this one, about 50-50 as far as in agreement and against, and the businesses were 75% against. For the balloons, the subcommittee requested that economic development also counsel any businesses with over 50% of their revenue from balloon sales. It was recommended that the use of balloons were banned in public spaces, ban the release of balloons, the intentional release, and ban any fill lighter than oxygen, and require an additional weights and tethers. So we did hear from many balloon stylists about this one, and some of the stylists said that they could still achieve balloon arches and towers without using gases and just with oxygen. For balloons, the residents surveyed, just under 50% supported this, approximately 33% were against it, and the remaining were neutral, and of the businesses, 70% were against. For smoking, the subcommittee recommended to ban outdoor smoking outside of specific smoking zones with appropriate signage and receptacles to mitigate litter. And then for this one, residents were 65% in support and businesses were 70% against. For the plastic carryout bags, the Sustainability Subcommittee recommended to ban the sale and distribution of all plastic carryout bags. However, if people had existing bags, they could continue to use them. And this would close the existing loophole for those thicker plastic bags that have like the 100-time uses that kind of escape the state legislation. So for this one, of our survey results, 60% of residents were in support and 77% of businesses were against. For this one, mainly the concerns we heard were that restaurants were concerned with effectiveness of non-plastic bag alternatives as far as containing liquids or grease for their takeout. For the artificial turf, the subcommittee recommended banning the sale and use of artificial turf on any property type in the city. Of our survey results, 51% of residents supported this and 53% of businesses were against. And then we just had a couple other of our stakeholder preferences. At the February 27th meeting is when we really went through these in detail and heard the discussion. So this is just kind of a high-level summary of that. And then for enforcement, code enforcement would take the lead on enforcing any of these, and we could also assist with our EPO inspector. If some of the stricter proposals were to be implemented, we would likely need additional staffing. There's also a civilian enforcement option in which no additional staffing would be needed. And so from here, we can turn it over to the BCR has a video, unless council would like to see details of the survey results.
Anyone looking to see the details? It's in the staff report. You okay? Councilmember Corn, you okay? All right, I think we're okay. So video from BCR.
Council members and staff, my name is Craig Cadwallader, and I'm the policy coordinator for the Surfrider Foundation South Bay chapter, and I'm also honored to be on the advisory board of Ballona Creek Renaissance, where I serve as a environmental policy consultant. I'd like to point out that we have observed some very intense things happening at the federal level that are dismantling some of the regulations and protections we've had for quite some time. And it's kind of frightening to go backwards rather than forwards. So I think it's extremely critical that council takes a stand, a strong stand on the local level, because it's our last stand. If the council does not take meaningful action, we're likely to end up in a very deteriorated environment. The surveys, I've gone through the surveys in details, and there are lots of answers to all of the concerns. I think a lot of the concerns are based on lack of knowledge, and we should definitely educate the business members. We don't want to do anything to harm a business. I myself am a business person. I've worked in the restaurant business. I have undergraduate and graduate degrees in business. The last thing I want to do is harm a business and lose jobs. But these ordinances that we've drafted are based on examining ordinances statewide, and we've come up with what we feel is the best possible ordinance that could be proposed for either modifying existing ordinances or adding in new. And we have a number of items that was reviewed by staff, and like to go through that very quickly. One of the things is customer supplied reusable regulations. This is in support of AB 619, so customers can bring their own reusables, which is in the retail food code now, and it's state law. We're looking at single-use beverage container regulations, and when you look at plastic beverage bottles versus, say, aluminum cans, there's a huge difference. We've heard some distorted comments by certain big box wholesalers that say that plastic bottles are lighter than aluminum. That's not true. Aluminum is lighter, and you can pack more aluminum cans into a 40-foot trailer than you can plastic beverage bottles. So it's actually more efficient, and it is lighter in spite of what some people have said in meetings. And for an emergency, there's always the availability of these canned beverages rather than the plastic bottles. So it makes no difference. We're just saying change the container, not ban the product. So aluminum is infinitely recyclable. Plastic is downcycled. It is not infinitely recyclable. You can only do it, a few number of times. It degrades and ends up in a landfill. There's also microplastics, leaching of chemicals and whatnot that comes out of the plastic container. So we propose that we eliminate the single-use plastic beverage bottles, not just water, but all beverages, and replace those with aluminum, and there's many options available for that. We also have proposed things like waste receptacles in restaurants, so customers, if they're leaving, can put recyclables or food-based items or whatnot just to help staff take care of their things. Takeout regulations, we just wanted to add in compliance with AB 1276 as just local compliance with a statewide law. Disposable beverage cup charge, we are recommending that. It's similar to the bag charges, so it encourages people to use reusables or bring their own. And the balloons, we want to eliminate the environmental impacts that are pretty significant from balloons, both latex and mylar. And the mylar or electric conductible balloons are especially bad for creating forest fires, and we're in a really tight situation with that. The bag ban we're recommending is an extension of SB 270, SB 1053, and by the way, the city of Los Angeles adopted the almost identical bag ban on December 6th of 2022. That's not even included in the staff report, which I think is a disservice to you. It's already adopted in many cities, and it's the right way to go. The outdoor smoking, we'd like to eliminate the designated smoking area and make all outdoor public spaces smoke-free, like a lot of the beach cities have already done. Plus, we would like to see a tobacco
Your time
sales
has
ban.
expired. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
5 minutes is tight.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Do we have any other presentations? Okay.
Mayor?
Yes.
I'm going to have to recuse myself from the bag portion of this, but I can participate in all the other portions. So I guess we can bifurcate that portion of it, and then when the discussion ensues, I'll walk off.
Wow, this is
I'm going to take
tricky.
the bag first? And
Yeah,
then-
we'll do the bags first.
Okay.
So,
Is that okay with the city attorney? Is that-
Yes, we recommend that Councilmember Vera leave the dais, and he can listen to public comment from the back room, and then come back out after you discuss the single-use carry-out bags.
okay.
And we have about 19 speakers.
How many?
19.
Okay. specifically regarding plastic bags, do any of my colleagues have any questions for staff on this?
Mayor,
Councilman Fish.
yeah, it's a question for Bayona Creek Renaissance. Have you all provided the list of suggested or amendments? I just want to make sure we have it up here on the dais.
I believe it's.
Is it?
It's page 2100 or 3 of 7 in the staff report. It's their initial.
As proposed, as proposed. Okay, so those are all accurate. What the staff report has shared in terms of your recommendations are accurate.
All the option ones, but they left out things like the City of Los Angeles on the bag ban. Adopted that in December of 2022. It's not even mentioned in the staff report, and that's a pretty big miss. And a lot of other cities have adopted it. It's an extension of the bag ban. It's not SB 270, SB 1053. It's the bags that doesn't cover. So
that's the one deviation from what the staff report says to your recommendation.
That's one, yes.
Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate
Yeah.
that.
Sorry, I can't hear you very well back here.
No, that's helpful. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councilman McMorrin, do you have any questions specifically regarding the bags?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor? Yeah, just for staff, the question about the LA City 2022 bag ban, can you confirm or?
Sure, I can speak on that. So our understanding, the proposal here from Bayona Creek Renaissance is to completely ban plastic bags in the city. The City of Los Angeles has not banned plastic bags. Their modeling with the new state legislation which expanded the number of outlets that can't provide plastic bags at checkout. I believe it was grocery stores. I'll have to look at the list. But it's not a full ban of plastic bags in the City of Los Angeles.
Okay. Okay, I got that on Google. Okay, so Councilmember Rivera can listen to all the comments. So everyone who has comments about all of it, he can hear it. He just can't be here as we decide on the bag portion. So we'll hear all the comments now, and then first council will decide on the bag portion, and we'll vote on that, and then Councilmember Rivera can come back in for the remaining. Okay? 90 seconds each, please.
Thank you. Our first 10 speakers are Dan Moracle, Lee Martin, Maria Stockham, Young Soo Seok, Jack Galante, Jennifer Silberman, Mimi Narty, Doug Cross, Sandrine Cassidy, and Candace Pilgrim Simmons. Our first speaker is Dan Moracle.
Good evening. I'm Dan Moracle, a retired environmental engineer and Culver City homeowner. I also serve on the Bayona Creek Renaissance Advisory Council. Tonight I would like to talk about one of the many problems with plastics and what I think is the most important and crucial problem that faces us with plastics today. The medical community is predicting that unless we start putting safeguards in place to protect our children, microplastics in their bodies will get worse over time because mothers will continue to pass microplastics on to their unborn children in the womb. Culver City has a chance tonight to approve the ordinance changes proposed by Bayona Creek Renaissance to reduce microplastics in our bodies. We can thank our previous generations for working hard to protect us from tobacco, lead paint, and depletion of the ozone layer. I wonder what they would say if we choose not to protect our children from plastics accumulating in their bodies. like with cigarettes, it will undoubtedly take fatalities to eventually get all the needed
Your time has expired.
protections. We
Thank
need.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lee Martin, followed by Maria Stockham.
Good evening. I'm Lee Martin, and I represent the California Fuels and good evening. I represent the California Fuels and Convenience Alliance. We support efforts for environmental sustainability, but this ordinance will inadvertently harm gas stations and convenience stores. These proposed restrictions will have big consequences for convenience stores. These stores already operate on thin margins, and plastic bottle beverage sales provide important profit margins that keep them in business. The reality is that beverage industry predominantly uses plastic packaging. The other options are aluminum or glass, which are far more expensive, causing retailers to raise the prices that will drive Culver City residents to neighboring cities. When they drive to these cities, they will also fuel up and make other purchases, taking tax revenue away from Culver City. We support option 4, focusing the restrictions on city-sponsored events and facilities rather than imposing bans on the retailers who serve the community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maria Stockham, followed by Young Soo Seok.
Good evening, Culver City Council. I'm Maria Stockham, the Executive Director of the Coalition for Responsible Celebration, a national nonprofit promoting sustainable and inclusive celebration practices. CRC represents a range of members in California, from small, independent, minority and women-owned balloon professionals to larger responsible retailers. We strongly support the proposed ban on intentional balloon releases, which aligns with proper product practice, protects the environment, and allows for responsible celebration. Importantly, over 60% of balloon decor is used indoors, mostly air-filled, posing no environmental risk. We oppose broader balloon restrictions, which could unfairly burden responsible small businesses, including Party Unlimited Supplies at 5667 Sepulveda Boulevard and home-based Party Luxe Balloon Decor by Roxy, both examples of small, minority, and women-owned Culver City-based balloon businesses that follow responsible practices. Dollar Tree at 1145 Jefferson Boulevard also follows similar strict practices. Balloons are weighted and bagged, and staff educate customers on proper handling and disposal, including discouraging balloon releases. CRC members participate in local cleanups, including recently at Bayuna Creek, where no balloon debris was observed, demonstrating that responsible practices work.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Young Soo Seok, followed by Jack Galante.
Hi, good evening, council members. My name is Myung-Soo Seok, representative of Painters and Allied Trades, District Council 36. We're the union that represents the professional installers of synthetic turf. And I really do appreciate the BCR representative's comment about how, these bans and regulations are not intended to kill jobs or eliminate jobs or kill businesses. But outright bans on synthetic turf does kill jobs. It kills the jobs of our members who are the professional installers. Now, one of the few things I observed about the hard work that the staff has put into this, but I would like to point out that I think there's a lot of confusion about data and the level of technology that is being used in the industry today. There seems to be a very monolithic thinking that there's only one type of synthetic turf, which that's not the case. For example, you're going to hear from a representative from one of our employer, Tenkate, who have developed no infill materials, no PFAS. Two of the largest concern for the environmental concerns that we've heard in other cities, such as Santa Clara up in Bay Area, Beverly Hills, and City of Los Angeles. All three of these cities, I'll just finish with
Your
this.
time has expired. Thank you.
All three of these cities began their conversation about synthetic turf as a ban.
I'm sorry, you have to quit because, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jack Galante, followed by Jennifer Silberman.
I'll just bullet through because there are a few of them. I support banning balloon sales. They haven't been found at our recent cleanup, but other cities, it's a huge issue. I bike a lot around Culver City, and one of the main things I see in the gutters are pop ballooned. I'll just skip to the next one. I support banning sales of AstroTurf. Multiple studies have shown that it causes cancer. The heated AstroTurf pellets aerate, and children, often at playgrounds and schools, breathe in that toxin and will lead to microplastics in their bloodstream. I support banning plastic bags. I have a reusable bag. Lots of people have in the past 5 years since bans have started. In other cities, in California, people carry them more often. And then the plastic bottles, that's one of the most trashed and used objects. It's widely known now that plastics aren't recyclable in the ways that they were distributed in prior years. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jennifer Silberman, who I do not see online or in the chamber. Our next speaker is Mimi Narty, followed by Doug Kraus.
Good evening, council members. My name is Dr. Mimi Narte. I'm an environmental scientist with an interdisciplinary graduate degree in climate change, a public health scholar, FIFA Women's World Cup soccer player, and youth sports philanthropist. I want to begin by thanking you for your leadership and continued commitment to sustainability. This evening, I respectfully ask that you consider artificial turf separately from other single-use plastics in the proposed ordinance. Single-use plastics like straws and packaging are short-lived consumer waste used for moments and discarded without thought. Artificial turf represents something far more enduring. It's a form of public health infrastructure that creates safe, consistent, and dignified access to recreation. For many children in Los Angeles, especially in under-resourced neighborhoods, there's no nearby park, no well-kept grass field, and no place to simply play freely and safely. Artificial turf fields become the only reliable spaces where young people can move their bodies, build confidence, and belong. When we talk about banning turf, we're not just talking about materials. We're talking about the lived reality of children who already have less. At the same time, public health benefits of maintaining access to play spaces are undeniable. Physical activity reduces the risk of cancer, heart disease, and cognitive decline. A 2019 study of the Journal of National Cancer Institute found that consistent exercise can reduce overall cancer risk by 10 to 20%. When we make play access harder, we unintentionally increase health risks that we're trying to prevent. So thank you very much for your time.
Your time has expired.
I
Thank
ask
you.
that you consider the artificial turf topic separately from the other plastics.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Doug Kraus, followed by Sandrine Cassidy.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Excuse me, I'm here representing, I'm an environmental programs manager for a local beach city. I'm not here to sing reggae to you. I'm just here to give you a little bit of insight and maybe some experience from an agency that's implemented a similar code for the last 5 years. In a nutshell, it's doable, but on top of that, it's imperative, right? I mean, we have these natural settings here, these oceans, and there's a reason that all the beach cities from Redondo to El Segundo have passed similar ordinances, because it's very palpable, right? To see the pollution, the ocean. You've got this creek, of course, where it's even maybe more visible. So, you know, again, it's doable. It's also kind of an imperative for cities like ourselves. As far as the burden, the costs, they'll all figure it out. You know, the big ones ended up actually in our example did it a lot faster. You know, it's something very heartwarming about pulling up to Jack in the Box and getting a bamboo spoon, right? The mom and pops, they have maybe a different pace to it all, but they get it done too, and they've got that connection to the community and the environment that maybe the big businesses don't. And then from a kind of a staffing administration standpoint, it's also very doable. You have the flexibility to enforce at your own pace, your own draconianness or not. You can use your annual stormwater inspections, your green business inspections, your code enforcement, complaint-based process. It's all very
Your
doable.
time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sandrine Cassidy with 1 minute, seated by Leah Pressman, and I believe you have a video.
My name is Orion Countryman. I'm a senior in Culver City High School, and I ride along the Viona Creek bike path every day. And me personally, I see a lot of trash, including a lot of plastic bottles that could be easily cleaned up and reduced. And seeing as Culver City is trying to reduce the usage of plastic, I think this could help clean up the bike paths on their own and provide incentive for people to keep them clean. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate the effort to clean things up.
Good evening, City Council staff, community members. I'm the Vice President of Viona Creek Renaissance, an environmental organization proudly serving this community for nearly 30 years. We're volunteers, citizens like you, with no financial interest, only a shared stake in the future of our watershed and environment. We are stewards of this land, and we ask you, are you? When we propose amendments to existing ordinances, we're not asking for radical change. We're asking you to build upon the bold steps Culver City took years ago to reduce plastic waste and protect Viona Creek. This effort has been in the making for years now. Tens of thousands of public dollars have funded studies, surveys, and outreach to prepare these recommendations. And yet, time and again, progress is delayed by industry opposition. But let's be clear, industries always adapt. Every ordinance includes hardship exemptions, yet not a single business has applied for one in the past, as far as we know. The claim of harm is simply not true. If you read the staff report closely, 6.6 million plastic bottles are sold annually, I say annually, in Culver City. Please do not tell us that the stakes are not here and that we don't have to consider them here in Culver City. You understand the power of local ordinances. They shape our future, but time is running out. Please,
Your time has expired.
Please
Thank
adopt
you.
our option ones now, tonight. Thank you. Or else you'll hear from us again.
Thank you. Our final speakers are Candace Pilgrim Simmons, David Coles, Melissa Sanders, Wiley Salas, Brian Thomas, Phoebe Kuyhofer Garfinkel, Tim James, Kevin Lekoff, Denise Neal, and Janine Wisnowski. Our next speaker is Candace Pilgrim Simmons.
Good evening, everyone. I'm an owner of All That and More Boutique. I'm a proud green certified business, and I'm speaking on behalf of small retailers. I support sustainability, but I'm concerned with the scope, the timing, and the impact on large and small businesses, especially as we prepare for the quarter sales tax. From my own experience going through the Green Business Certification Program, I know real change takes time, education, and activation. I worked with my clients to reduce my single-use bags gradually. My plastic bag cost me 10 cents. My reusable tote cost me $1.69. This was a very costly change. Step-by-step approach worked because it allowed us to prepare and to educate and activate our community. What I'm asking council to do is lead with collaboration and not enforcement, to incentivize sustainability instead of penalizing businesses, and if necessary, phase in any restrictions thoughtfully. Council should refrain from implementing costly changes to the business community. For example, banning the sale of plastic bottles will remove a stream of income from small businesses, and this is a terrible hit considering the timing of everything. Let's move forward together, protecting both environment and the local
Your
economy.
time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Coles, who I'm not seeing in the chamber or online. Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders.
Good evening again. Most of you know I'm a huge proponent of the environment, but I am exhausted by this city and this council bringing forth constantly revenue negating things. For all of these, number one, to be put into one lump sum is insane. But please stop wasting the city hall's time and our time with things that are going to take away revenue from a city that is already desperately in need of revenue generation. You want to ban the, smoking areas? Go for it. That's secondhand smoke. That is a danger to us all. But if you don't want to plant AstroTurf, don't plant AstroTurf. You want to bring in your recyclable containers, go for it. But for you to attempt to make things harder in this city for our businesses is insane. You literally just told Costco, we're not really going to help you out right now with the gasoline. Let's ban the plastic bottles while we're at it too. Look at what you're doing as an overall. You could do more for the environment by putting moss on the concrete and painting roofs white and guerrilla wildflowering our medians. Think about stuff that actually will help the city and bring people here instead of taking us outside because of everything you keep putting onto the people who shop, eat, work, and live here. It's exhausting. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Walele Salas.
Hi, good evening. Apologize for not giving you eye contact as I read my notes here. While I appreciate the city's commitment to reduce pollution, protect public health, and advance Culver City's climate and sustainability goals, I believe the city's proposed environmental restrictions risk unintended consequences. My name is Walele Salas. I'm a Culver City resident and also a concerned small business owner. I've sat here the past few months and listened to council members articulate real concerns about police and government overreach, and now here we are with that same body considering its own version. The enforcement options listed today are half-hatched at best. From increasing expenses for an enforcement team to calling on civilians, there is no doubt this will lead to people of color being disproportionately targeted at outdoor gatherings. This is a powder keg waiting to explode. It's not difficult to see a scenario where enforcement is called because they just don't like the people there. Does enforcement plan on taking the balloon away from the little kid once they cross city lines? What will the reputational impact be in our city for folks using our great parks and city? I would prefer the city to focus its resources on environmental education rather than enforcement of governmental bans. This proposal feels way too similar to the MOVE project from a few years ago, and what I'd hope is that we can not risk creating economic strain, resentment, and the erosion of our city in the name of progress. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Mayor, we're going to take a pause for just a minute so that we can figure out what's going on with our computers.
Okay.
Heaven forbid, what are we going to do?
Well, there's another.
Okay, I think I'm on. I just got connected to free Wi-Fi, yeah. Well, this is the Culver City free. I don't have access to the other.
Yeah, I'm not gonna comment on that. It makes me sad. I had to rescue a baby mouse off of one years ago.
I know. I just wish there was better health.
I think they're called feral cats. We just need to round up the cats. Let them play Hunger Games or something. I don't know. Yeah, we should probably just
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move back to action item A2. Let's just make sure that Yasmin is still on when we get there. Both appear to be down.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Y'all working hard.
And late.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to begin again with our speakers. And I believe next up we had Brian Thomas.
Vice Mayor and Council. I'm Brian Thomas. I'm the Regional Vice President for Costco Wholesale, and I'm just here to reiterate our position regarding the plastic ban, beverage bottle retail ban. As you know, Costco has operated proudly in Culver City since 1999. We employ over 500 residents or individuals within the Culver City boundaries, and we service about 7,000 members daily at our location. We're definitely committed to sustainability. It guides all our principles, and we emphasize our responsibility to the world in our dedication to continuous improvement. However, we believe that the proposed ban would negatively affect and impact customers by limiting access to affordable drinking water and varieties of other beverages that we spoke about today that are currently offered in our Culver City location. Our experience with beverage taxes in other jurisdictions indicates that such a ban would negatively affect consumption and rather than, it would redirect customers to purchase in neighboring areas or cities, increasing the consumer.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Phoebe Kuykofer Garfinkel, who I do not see online or in the chamber. Our next speaker is Tim James, followed by Kevin Lackoff.
Council members, Tim James, California Grocers Association. We appreciate your continued focus on sustainability, just as the grocery industry is as well. But when looking at these proposals, it's important to understand the entire landscape. The fee on beverages would raise prices for consumers at a difficult time for affordability. Now is not the time to increase consumers' costs. It would also disadvantage current Culver City grocers and discourage future grocery investment. Consumers could simply shop across city lines or more heavily rely on online shopping, hurting those Culver City-based businesses. It's also important to remember that there is already a state government financial charge for environmental purposes on beverages known as the California Redemption Value. It's a deposit of 5 or 10 cents per container, which local governments and NGOs can apply for millions of dollars in support. Also, with the balloon issue, it's the same as I just recently discussed, is that consumers could easily just receive those items online or shop out of the city and still have those items, once again, impacting Culver City-based brick and mortar retailers. We appreciate your consideration and ask that you please hold off from pursuing these recommendations at this time until the full scope of the impacts are understood. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kevin Lackoff, with 1 minute seated by Michelle Lachman.
Lockoff.
Lackoff,
Yep.
sorry.
My wife,
Wait a
not
minute.
Andrew's. Good evening, council members. I'm here tonight speaking as vice chair on behalf of the Culver City Chamber of Commerce. Our chamber members recently surveyed and overwhelmingly opposed many of the elements of the bags, bottles, balloons, and butts ban, over 80%, with the greatest concern that Culver City businesses not be put at more of a competitive disadvantage. Incentives and education for businesses and consumers would be the ideal choice over some of the outright bans being contemplated. The recent milestone of 100 businesses having been certified as green businesses is an example of how education has already inspired and achieved changes. Having reviewed the Sustainability Subcommittee's work, a few brief comments on the issue of plastic bottles and plastic bags particularly. The Chamber has general support for the recommendations on bottles, with the shared goal of reduced waste and improved sustainability in our community. That said, before moving forward, I strongly encourage the Council to determine what is meant by and what the actual costs of the climate initiatives referenced in the recommendation are. What fees will be levied onto consumers? Knowing the financial impact upfront is critical to making informed decisions. Regarding plastic bags, we urge a phase-in period. Many local businesses are still recovering from challenging economic times, and a gradual approach would help them adjust and absorb costs more effectively. Finally, the Chamber urges you to keep competitiveness in mind. Culver City businesses already face challenges competing with businesses in neighboring jurisdictions. With the recent sales tax increase, these more stringent restrictions here continue to add more cost to goods in Culver City than in Los Angeles. We are ultimately concerned about unintentionally pushing customers to simply shop elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Denise Neal, followed by Janine Wisnowski.
Good evening again, Honorable Mayor, City Council, and community at large. I agree that this would create a hardship on the recycling, but I think we should be more responsible. As far as not smoking and vaping, we need very, very clear signage in our public venues like Culver Steps, because people go through, smoke, and vape all the time. Same with the bus stops. People do not understand. We need visible signage. No smoking, no vaping. A lot of us are affected by that. We have allergies and things, and it impacts our breathing. We also need to look at the plastics again and see which ones are petroleum derived and see if we can process them into fuels. That's something we should look at as a city, as a stream of income. Also, I believe that we should also get away from the actual artificial astroturf, because it smells when it rains, it chokes people out, it doesn't give us back any oxygen. So we need to consider the coconut-derived or non-pellet astroturf, because it's bad for our breathing as well. We need to really look at just being more sustainable, and with the Olympics coming, we're going to have exponential amounts of the same type of trash, so we need to set up infrastructure to be able to strategically sort our trash and even create biofuel from our food waste, from our food waste. That's what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Janine Wisnowski, followed by Susie Huddleston.
Hi. It's true that single-use plastic balloons, smoking, all terrible for people and terrible for the environment. And we certainly must live without the save our planet and save each other. I do, in listening to the speakers, I do wonder, of course, at the reality of enforcement of these bans, what that would look like, and what does banning usage mean? So on that note, I really would like to see education and incentives program, which I think is a really important element, and maybe gradual banning. That I think that we had some really powerful speakers here tonight, from the business community, asking you to take these seriously, and they tell you that they're all yours. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Susie Huddleston.
Hello, I work with Mayflower Distribution, and we represent the grocers across Culver City and in California, including Pavilions, Albertsons, Bristol Farms, Smart & Final. We strongly support Culver City's proposal to ban the intentional release of balloons. We do not support the broader restrictions on balloon use, materials, or fills, which could unnecessarily impact responsible retailers and limit access to affordable celebration products without significant environmental benefit. Our grocery partners already follow strict safety standards. Balloons are weighted and secured, not sold for release, and the associates remind the customers of proper handling and disposal. During the recent Balloon Creek cleanup efforts, Mayflower participated in alongside with volunteers, and we found no balloons or debris, showing that responsible retail and community practices prevent environmental impacts. We thank you very much in advance for your commonsensical, intentional release of the balloon ban with no broader restrictions. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final speaker for this item.
Okay, great. Thank you. And as a reminder, Councilmember Vera has recused himself from the portion regarding potential bag bans. So we're going to work on that first so that Councilmember Vera can come back in for the other topics. So Councilmember Fish, do you have any added comments or questions?
No, I would love to hear from the members of the subcommittee first that worked on this, if that's all right.
Okay, great. Councilmember McMorrin.
Apologies, I had issues with that mute button. So we're keeping it only to the bags right now. I would say that I'm looking at our staff, and y'all forgive me, I got here on a red eye this morning at 6 a.m. and it is currently 2:39, so that's lots of fun for me. In terms of the bags, I would like, for the most part, for us to stick to our recommendations. I do think that the Vice Mayor and I were pretty thoughtful about how we were moving forward with these recommendations. I do think, and I know that there are some members of our wider community who were disappointed by some of our recommendations going into this meeting. I hope that we can check back in on an annual basis. I know we emphasize a lot of education as well as action, maybe not as fast as some would like, and I do really feel the urgency of climate and our wanting to meet and reach our sustainability goals. At the same time, it's always a delicate balance given waves hands everything that is happening. So I hope that we can have the opportunity to check in on an annual basis in terms of how things are progressing in terms of us reaching those goals and getting to a place where we are more sustainable as a community. In addition, what was the last piece that I wanted to lift up? Apologies, y'all. I am running on all the fumes, but definitely wanted to be there. And my note was making sure that we are getting to phasing into reaching these broader restrictions to ensure that we reach our sustainability goals. So I would say to stick with the recommendations for now with the goal to check back again, like I said, on an annual basis, moving as we phase to more stricter restrictions. So those are my thoughts right now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Puza.
Yeah, thank you. I do agree with Councilmember McMorrin. We spent a lot of time on this and really thought through this, reached out to businesses, reached out to the community, and thoroughly thought through this. At the end of the day, education is really important, and so that should be a key component of everything that we do here, but policy is really going to be the way that we change behavior. So I think these recommendations, and we're just talking about this one right now, but this option, the state law is going to go into effect, but this is going to cover, all the stores throughout the citywide. And I think, I would be open also to, a 1-year runway to allow businesses to adjust to the change. But it's something that, I know that we tried it before to, ban plastic bags. Here we are again, not Culver City, but just the state in general. But I think it will be a good opportunity for us to do this. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Fish.
Thanks, Mayor. Can you maybe staff explain the difference between option 1 and option 2?
Yes. Option 1 would prohibit all plastic bags citywide, even if you already have them, like sale and use.
Oh, sale and
Option
use.
2
Okay.
is just banning the sale and distribution of all plastic carryout bags. So from the point of sale, most likely, but.
Okay, thank you. For this item, specifically to the carry-out bags, I concur with my colleagues on the Sustainability Committee and appreciate the work that went into that, Vice Mayor Puza and Councilmember Moran. And I'll support option 2.
Thank you. A couple of questions. Do we know, did you happen to look up the difference between what's recommended in option 2 versus what the LA city ban is? I looked it up. It seems like it's basically all. It mentions hardware stores and food, clothing. I don't know, maybe it misses a random business type.
Based on our research, the definition of reusable bag still included those thicker plastic bags, whereas our definition does not, so that would not be allowed. And then LA actually prohibits single-use paper bags as well, whereas we're not proposing that at this time.
Okay, got it. Okay, well, it seems like my colleagues are gonna, option 2 is what's gonna happen. I really want to, with all of these, I want to really consider, not just because of these individual considerations of the 4Bs, but also because of all the other pressures that are being put on the business community, whether it's, the new sales tax we have, increased costs in their supply chain, increased costs in insurance, labor, all of it's going up. And someone mentioned, I think it was from the balloon industry, that, it's just really all of these, death by 1,000 paper cuts. And it's just another thing for them. So I would ask that, even if possible, kind of piggybacking on what Vice Mayor Puza suggested, 1 year, I would ask a 2-year phase in, just so that there's time to figure this out. There's more time to, allow the business community to be educated in how to do this in a cost-effective way. Maybe through the chamber, there can be, ways to, this isn't something we would do, I'm just putting it out there, that there's maybe ways the chamber can support alternative bag uses for, bulk purchases, I don't know. But just more time for them to be able to figure out how to educate their clients and phase in, alternative bag situations. I'm just really sensitive to, I'm not saying that these regulations that are being proposed are the sole reason for the stress on small businesses, but it's just yet another thing and they've just been hit time and time again with a new cost. So would my colleagues consider a 2-year phase-in?
Two years feels like a long time for me. I'm wondering if we can do 1 year with a hardship waiver. I think all of these have a hardship waiver option, is that right?
Our current waste reduction regulations do have a hardship waiver. We haven't drafted anything at this time. So
Okay.
we're seeking
So
council's
any
direction.
business that would have hardship with any of the regulations can apply for an exemption?
Yes.
Okay. That would
Okay.
be my preference, but
Okay. So we need a motion. Vice Mayor, would you like to propose a motion?
I would do 18 months with the hardship waiver, if we're okay with that.
I'm sorry, is there a motion on the floor?
Yep.
I'm sorry.
It's option 2 with 18-month runway with a hardship waiver.
Okay, let's move forward with that. Happy to second it.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion
By Vice Mayor Puza.
by Vice Mayor Puza, a second by Councilmember McMorrin. Okay. How do you vote? Councilmember McMorrin?
Aye.
Councilmember Fish?
aye.
Vice Mayor Puza?
Aye.
Mayor O'Brien?
Aye.
With Councilmember Vera recused, the motion passes. 4 ayes.
And Councilmember Vera, you can come back. There he is.
There he is.
I think it would be a good idea to do these one by one.
What's next?
Let's go ahead and do balloons. So, Councilmember Fish, on balloons.
Just again, would love to hear from the subcommittee
Okay, yeah,
first.
okay, let's start with Councilmember McMorrin.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm going to stick with the recommendations from the committee at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, love balloons personally. They're one of my favorites. But I think there are a lot of alternatives. But however, so we went with the options, I think 2, 3, and 4.
Yes, the ones that are in the
There it
green
is.
box are the ones from sustainability.
Oh, there we are. Sorry. Great. And then also we thought it was important because there are some businesses in Culver City that are predominantly or majority have sales that are balloons. So to have a clause in there that they will work with economic development to, have a transition to alternative decor items or to help their business as they transition or help them,
Okay, Councilmember Fish.
I'm personally in favor of a more aggressive approach with balloons. I understand the severe environmental impact of them, but if it's the will of the body to take the recommendations, then I hear that. Thank you.
Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Mayor. I hate to say it, but some of these conversations are extremely painful. As a business owner, I get what we're trying to do as a community, but from a business perspective, we as a body say that we want to support businesses in the city, yet we impose some outrageous sort of guidelines that would basically just send shoppers outside of the city. And then we get to the enforcement sort of mechanism of it. And I know that's a different topic, but what are we going to call the balloon police and say, hey, there's a party in the park? It just doesn't, I get it. And I think on all of this stuff, we need to really, one, understand the economic impact that would have on the businesses. So without a comprehensive economic impact study, it's really difficult to move forward with any of these things. That being said, if on the balloons, I would support the ban the release of balloons regardless of material or fill. But it all comes back to education, how we as a city can educate the community on the do's and don'ts and what is a better, how they can be a better sort of steward of the environment. Thanks, Mayor.
Can I have a point of information?
Yeah, Vice Mayor.
Sorry, just one point of information. I did talk to Laguna Beach about this. They only ban balloons in public. They actually do enforce it. So if they are having a party in a park, they will have someone enforce it. It's been about a year, and there's been no environmental changes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's the one thing I'm trying to picture. You got a bunch of 6-year-olds with their birthday party in the park and with balloons, and what that enforcement's going to look like, and then the point of I think a couple speakers mentioned many of the balloon shops are small mom and pop minority owned businesses, and at the same time I completely know and understand the reason for these. They get released, they travel, and they end up in our waterways, or mylar gets wrapped around an electrical wire and causes a forest fire, or just might land harmlessly to the ground in the forest or in the wilderness. But then you've got plastic out there, and I definitely spend a lot of time out there and occasionally see that. So with those two considerations, I would agree with Councilmember Vera on the banning of the release of balloons. And I would take also, I think if we could phase in option 4, because I don't think balloons that only have oxygen in them are a major source of pollution. I think it's the balloons that travel, and in the air they're released, usually by accident. I was at my niece's birthday party and she let hers go, and I was like, with all those concerns in mind. So I just have a problem with option 2. So I'm okay with 3 outright and 4 phased in, but I can't get behind option 2. I can present a motion for 3 and 4, or I got a feeling there'll be a substitute motion, so unless I can get my colleagues to agree on that. I'm going to put the motion in. So options 3 and 4 with a phase-in on 4 of, we can do the same thing, 18 months that we did for the bags.
I'm just going to share, I support the suggestions of the subcommittee. I think these were thoughtfully made. I don't think anyone's going to call the balloon police. I think this is just our job as policymakers to push towards a solution when we have, I do the Ballona Creek cleanups every year. We see stuff like balloons, butts, bottles all the time, pounds and pounds of trash. I think these recommendations are thoughtful, and I would support just maintaining them. Thank you.
Mayor? Yes. I was in the back, and I didn't get the name, but I believe one of the speakers was talking about balloons and the cleanup and how there was 0 balloons or material found. And we get to the enforcement level, who are we going to call and how we are going to enforce this? It doesn't, as being a welcoming, friendly city, how do we, other than an enforcement mechanism, I think one of the speakers also spoke about, instead of enforcement, education. And I think moving forward, that's the best approach across the board, is education, as opposed to enforcement. You put something on the books, then obviously we're going to have to enforce it. And how does that mechanism even work? How does it look? Who are we going to call? There's, Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. I think I might have a second.
Yes.
I'd like to make
You
a
have a second.
substitute motion to.
Hold on. Go ahead.
For options 2, 3, and 4, and the option for the Economic Development Department to advise businesses who have over 50% of their businesses dependent on balloons and begin a transition.
And I'll second that. I think the argument presented would basically mean we shouldn't have any environmental laws. Like, why even have a littering or anti-littering ordinance? It just doesn't make any sense. So I appreciate the substitute motion. I'll second it.
Okay. I have a motion from Vice Mayor Puza, a second from Councilmember Fish regarding balloons, to direct options 2, 3, and 4 to be followed, and for economic development to assist with transition for those with 50% of the business, is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. How do you vote? Councilmember Vera?
Nay.
Councilmember McMorrin?
Aye.
Councilmember Fish?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Puza?
Aye.
Mayor O'Brien?
Nay.
That motion passes. 3 ayes, 2 nays. Nays from Mayor O'Brien and Councilmember Vera.
Okay, thank you. Let's do bottles.
And Mayor, before we get into the bottle discussion, I just wanted to make clear that the only reason why I'm able to participate in this portion of the agenda item is that I made my own decision a while back ago to ban all plastic bottles in my own place of business, so I'm able to participate in this conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So let's start with Councilmember McMorrin with comments.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm going to stick to the recommendations.
Okay, thank you. and then Vice Mayor Puza.
Yeah, I do have a question for the city attorney. For option 5, to require an additional fee, are there any legal issues with that?
Depending on how the city council, if they desire to set some sort of a fee, depending on how that is structured in the regulations, it could result in it being considered a tax, in which case it would need to go to the voters. There's other types of fees that can be looked at. We would have to get more into the weeds of how to structure it once we know council's desires with regard to the general concept of charging something.
Okay, thank you very much. And I do appreciate the conversation tonight. We're balancing business. We're also balancing health and the environment. I think of all the environmental errors that were done when I was younger. Originally the subcommittee made very different recommendations. And so we have come back with a very different set of recommendations. So we are trying to work and understand and balance a lot of different competing elements here. So I think with the plastic bottles, I think about what is the end goal here? We're thinking about the creek, eliminating trash and pollution in the creek. We're also thinking about health concerns of microplastics. We already took the big step of banning single-use plastics for water bottles at city events. So the recommendation is to expand that to all single-use plastic beverage bottles. Stuff can still come from upstream. Aluminum has a higher carbon footprint, but plastic is downcycled. Plastic has microplastics. So there's a lot that goes into it. I did talk to Truckee. It's a city up north. First they said, they banned water bottles. And they said first it doesn't compare to a city like Culver City because it's just we're surrounded by, a megatropolis of Los Angeles. They weren't concerned about sales tax because water bottles they're exempt from sales tax. And they didn't expect their recycling rates to change, but that wasn't part of their motivation. They did allow people to bring water bottles in from outside, they just didn't sell it. And they did a whole big education campaign along with it, and then encourage water filling stations. And then the idea for the additional fee was to offset, the cost of other climate initiatives that we want to do in the city. And so that is the recommendation. I'm just looking at my notes to make sure I have everything.
And Vice Mayor, if I may, while you're checking on those notes, just if the recommendation needs to be amended by staff for us to explore this fee while we figure out whether that is an in fact path forward, perhaps we can just change some of that language to ensure that it in fact is something that we can move forward with.
I agree with that. And I think that is it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Fish.
Thank you, Mayor. I was interested in exploring option 2 about limiting under 1 gallon. I'm hearing the recommendations from my colleagues on the subcommittee, and I'm willing to adapt to those and see how things go, and if we can bring this back and take things one step at a time. Obviously, making sure that our business community can adapt and understand the requirements, but also trying to make sure we're not changing them, frequently on our businesses, because that can be confusing as well. So I'm, I came into the meeting definitely hoping for more, for stronger regulations, but I hear us, taking this step, and I think option 4 and option 5 feel reasonable in this moment as a first step. Thank you.
Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question for the Vice Mayor. You were talking about option 4, and you only referred to water bottles. Is this, let's see here, the ban of any single-use plastic bottles, including water bottles, or any period?
Sorry if it was confusing, but it's all beverages.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that, sir. Is there any desire whatsoever from this council to really do a comprehensive economic impact study before we really get too deep into the weeds of this, or is that something that we're not even interested in? No desire?
I'd be willing to do it, but I don't think that there's the votes.
All right. Well, and then, I mean, it's sort of hard to say that we as a body support businesses, whether it's small or not. This is not very business supportive whatsoever. I did it on my own volition because I felt it was the right thing to do. I think if we incentivize our businesses and educate them, we'll get a lot further down the line as we actively support businesses. I know for me, the cost and my profit margin went way down, but the cost went up, especially with water. But even sodas across the board. My understanding is, I don't know if somebody here from the bottle or recycling industry is, no? My understanding is that the aluminum cans or even the boxes still have some sort of epoxy resin that is sprayed within them as a protective coating. And when we recycle that, that is sort of either burned off or skimmed off. So it doesn't really impact or say we're actually doing what we're going to be doing. I think the bottle industry had some really creative solutions in terms of recycling and how they created a lighter bottle and a lighter lid in terms of the thickness. But like I said, for me, I know the cost difference and the profit margin of transitioning. I did it, like I said, because I thought it was the right thing to do. I think if we educate and maybe bring businesses along and show them that it is the right thing to do and let them transition if they feel that they can economically. But to say across the board that we're going to ban the use of single-use bottles across the board in all of our retail stores, it's just, it's not showing me that we, one, value businesses or support them, or really that we want to support the vibrancy of this community in terms of financially. Without an economic impact study, a comprehensive one across the board, I really, I think this is not the path forward. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay.
Is that what's being suggested?
I know where you're going. So option 4 is just city facilities or city-sponsored events. Because that's something that's within our city's control, I'm actually, we're not taking business away from our local retailers, but I don't even think the fee concept is feasible. I would like to. I'd be willing to vote for option 4. I'd like to ask my colleagues, because I wouldn't mind putting my vote onto that. If we can just give option 5 as a, as the Vice Mayor recommended, separate direction, and just, I'd like to vote for option 4 on this. And then just give direction for option 5 separately.
One more comment in terms of, I
Yeah.
apologize. I support that, and I was speaking more generally about really everything that's in front of us. But in terms of option 4, we have to be mindful as we move forward, if that is truly what we're going with, that we notify, and I'm sure staff already thought about it, all of our vendors for Fiesta and how they're going to move forward, and maybe notify them prior to them committing to show them what the difference is going to be. I think that's, in any of our events, I think that's an extremely important aspect. I know I had a resident come up to me during this past Fiesta, was saying about some of the items that were being used were not part of the approved list, so I think that's really important moving forward. Thanks, Mayor, for indulging me.
Vice Mayor, would you be okay with my request? Okay. So I think I'll go ahead and make the motion. So just for option 4, and then separately we give direction to staff to explore the other one.
Okay, I have a motion from Mayor O'Brien, a second from Councilmember Vera, for the plastic bottles to go with option number 4. How do you vote, Councilmember Vera?
Aye.
Councilmember McMorrin?
Aye.
Councilmember Fish?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Puza?
Aye.
Mayor O'Brien?
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously.
Butts. Cigarette butts. I think I know what you're going to say, Councilmember McMorrin, but in case you have anything else to add?
Nope, not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. I just also want to challenge the myth that you can't be business friendly and care about the environment at the same time. I don't think those are mutually exclusive. Also, I just think about, like I said earlier, education is so important, but it needs to be coupled with policy changes. You can look at seatbelts. Before, seatbelts were law, there's major education campaigns, but we learned that if you don't wear a seatbelt, it will lead to deaths. Same with smoking. There are big education campaigns before, well, they don't outlaw it. But anyways, there's a lot of education campaigns, but we know that that eventually we banned it. We didn't ban it outright, but we banned it in public spaces. Finally got it. And with water, we banned it in our city events and facilities, and so everyone eventually learned to adapt. And change is hard, but we're balancing business and we're balancing the environment and people's health, and so I think we're coming to a good, reasonable landing space. With this one, also, I just think with smoking, for me personally, I just think about prohibition, and I just don't think it's going to work, because I don't think you can do that. But, so that's why I didn't go with option 1. I know it doesn't deal with the cigarette butts in the creek, but that's what my recommendation is. Take it or leave it.
Okay. Councilmember Fish?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I mean, going into this meeting, I know there are many municipalities that have basically gone smoke-free. I'm seeing that by 2024, 35 states had 100% that smoke-free indoor laws, but then there are 50, of the 50 largest cities, 30 were already covered by comprehensive smoke-free laws. I'm interested in going as far as the ban, the full ban, but what I'm hearing from the sustainability subcommittee is that they want to approach these things, gradually, and I respect that in terms of strategy and getting buy-in from the community. So I'm happy to take the recommendation of the sustainability subcommittee on option 2. Thank you.
Councilmember Burr.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have to make a comment in terms of how it's not mutually, well, if we support our small businesses with policy, that's great, but if we support or we pass policy without conducting an economic impact study to determine how this is going to really affect our businesses, that's not wise, and that's what I was saying. We can have great conversation, we can have great policy, but if it, at the bottom line, hurts our businesses, then we're not business friendly. In terms of the smoking, option 2 is fine, Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah. Can I get clarity on ban outdoor smoking outside of specific smoking zones? That's not clear to me what that means.
We would create specific smoking areas and then have proper receptacles to mitigate the litter so that people could still have somewhere to smoke. Right now, I believe it is not allowed in parks or city facilities, and then also not allowed in multifamily homes and outdoor dining. Thank you.
So, okay, so it's actually creating smoking zones.
And then limit it to that instead of like any sidewalk or any alleyway.
Got it.
Do we know where those would be?
I absolutely hate cigarette smoke. I've never smoked. I hated it when it used to be indoors. In a way, this seems like going backwards. Like in the old days, you had the smoking section in the airplane. I understand trying to be find a common or a middle ground. I just don't think that this makes. I don't know. I wouldn't want a smoking zone near anything. I would lean. I don't think. Not allowing smoking within 50 feet of whatever our law is, within 50 feet of a business, restaurant, whatever. That's enforceable by the business owner. I've done it. As a customer, I've been like, hey, there's a guy smoking right there. Can you take care? That happens. This is a hard one. I think as a city, I don't find that there's, at least in our parks, there's good places to dispose of cigarette butts. And I would, in a way, I'd be in favor of banning out all outdoor smoking citywide because I absolutely hate it. I just don't think it's an enforceable tool, and it kind of like banning cycling on sidewalks. It opens up a opportunity to selectively enforce, with people that you want to enforce it on. Yeah, I'm not really in favor of this just because I don't think it's practical.
Mayor, may I ask a question based on that? Do we know where the smoking, I resonated with those comments. Do we know where the smoking zones, like in theory, where they would be located?
That would be at the direction of council to provide that kind of detail.
Okay. Or just like an idea of maybe this subcommittee has an idea of where they would be. But yeah, I understand those concerns.
I just lift up, sorry to cut in, but I just lift up that multifamilies already sort of have quasi smoking zones because folks are not allowed to, or they're not supposed to smoke inside of their units. So folks have, I don't know if they're official smoking zones, but folks find places outside of the units to, congregate or go for a walk or whatever. But maybe we can explore and look to some best practices, but they are de facto already happening in many families across the city. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I ask a quick question? Sorry, just another question for staff in terms of option 2. There's an individual, and I don't know if council has seen him, he sits on Jefferson Boulevard on that fire hydrant, I think in front of Tower Hills. Almost 90% of the time I drive to City Hall, he's out there sitting on the fire hydrant smoking a cigarette. Would that then preclude him from sitting outside on a sidewalk smoking a cigarette? Because apparently he lives in those complexes and he can't smoke in the complex.
Unless we made that as a zone.
Yeah, if that was determined to be a zone.
Also, apologies for cutting in here. I don't want to approach these policy recommendations as a place of thinking about how, of enforcement or how we're going to punish folks, but thinking about how can we encourage folks to adopt behaviors that support our sustainability efforts as a city. Again, just sort of lifting up the opportunity. A lot of these spaces in multifamilies are already happening. So maybe taking note or having community meetings around where folks are going and perhaps supporting that. Again, we don't have to reinvent the wheel, but supporting folks and meeting folks where they are, while also similar to the other initiatives that we discussed this evening, offering education, et cetera. But again, if there are other best practices that other cities have lifted up or things that we can learn, I'm also open to that as well. But again, the goal is not to criminalize folks. The goal is to support folks in our community and making better choices as we continue to move forward. Thanks.
What,
Yeah, I don't have a motion, so.
I move to support option 2.
Mayor, can I have, before we move forward, can I have another quick question?
Yeah.
Councilmember McMorrin was talking about we shouldn't focus on the enforcement section of it, but as a body, have we even looked into the enforcement section? Because if not, you have a bunch of feel-good sort of things on the books that are not enforceable, or we haven't even thought about how we move forward with enforcement. I think they go hand in hand, and if you have something, then how do we proceed if somebody is not abiding by what we as a city put forward? Is that coming up in a later discussion, or how, and then what are the fines and penalties, if any, or is it just about education? Is that the enforcement portion, education? Or, I mean, there's just so many more conversations we need to have around deciding what and how we want to move forward.
I agree, and I think it also depended on how strict council was going to be with these. Because if you were to ban choose option 1 across the board, we would require additional staff, probably in code enforcement and EPO. So that's kind of depends on how council wants to enforce these and which ones of these are chosen to move forward. We could come back with an enforcement proposal, or that could be part of the ordinance that's drafted. We're open to how council wants to move forward.
All right, thank you so much for that. Thank you, Mayor.
Yep. So, do we have a motion? I think Vice Mayor Puz has a motion for.
We're waiting for a second.
2. Okay.
I'm happy to second it.
Okay.
And if this passes, will we hear sort of like what the plan is or what those proposed sites would be at an additional meeting, or what would be like the next steps? And would that include enforcement, strategies or fines, penalties, whatever they are? Would that information come after this direction?
I think it could go multiple ways. We could continue to flesh out details at the subcommittee and come back with those details in a proposed ordinance, or we could try and do that all in one go and come back with that in the proposed ordinance.
Yeah, I think that's a good suggestion for the enforcement for the subcommittee to maybe flesh those details out, and then when we bring back proposed ordinances, the full council can evaluate.
Okay, thank you. I'm in favor of the proposed motion. I'm also in favor if the subcommittee decides that just adding more smoking prohibited sites is more practical. Park benches, you name it, transit stops. If that's another more practical or more appropriate option, I'm open to that as well.
I am also, and I think that points also to the best practices finding. I don't know if we have more information on that, or that's something that we can discuss at the subcommittee level. But again, I'm open to whatever is bringing us closer to our goals. Thanks.
So maybe can that be a friendly amendment to your motion, Vice Mayor? Just considering whether we should designate those zones for smoking or whether we should just significantly expand those zones that you cannot smoke.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
And did the subcommittee make any recommendation about the ban on tobacco sales? Is that something that the subcommittee has considered?
We don't know.
Okay. I'll have an ask later, but I would love to see these come back periodically. I think you guys have done a great job getting this information to us and these options, and I would just love to see us periodically review, and that way we keep the community on board and keep the business community informed, and we continue to evaluate as we go on, but I'll leave that to the end. Thank you.
Okay. How do you vote, Councilmember Vera?
Nay?
Councilmember McMorrin?
Aye.
Councilmember Fish?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Puza?
Aye.
Mayor O'Brien?
Nay.
The motion passes 3 ayes, 2 nay. Nay from Mayor O'Brien and Councilmember Vera.
Okay, last one, AstroTurf. Councilmember McMorrin.
I know I've been sticking to the recommendations. Hold on one second.
Okay, thanks. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. This one is tricky, but the pros for option one are artificial turf, AstroTurf. There's the heat island effect. There is no carbon absorption. There could be runoff pollution, the end of life waste. They last about 8 to 10 years. There could be PFAS exposure, which is linked to cancer. There's heat-related illness. At the same time, the technology is, rapidly advancing, and there are, turf products that are now PFAS-free or with reduced PFAS across manufacturing. Some of them use organic or no infill, and some of them have longer lifespan and improved recyclability. So, and then there is the option of grass field, which is softer, but also you have to, it's more water that you have to use to maintain the field. But we did go with option 1.
And Vice Mayor, I don't know if you're done, but I was trying to say earlier, I've been sticking with the recommendations, but I wanted to lift up that given what we've learned about additional technology with the turf, maybe this is something that needs a little bit more time in subcommittee. I know Vice Mayor just lifted that up as well, mentioning the technology changing. So maybe we can be a little bit more specific about what, just to make sure that we're really laser focused on what we're trying to achieve here. And with that being said, this is going to be my last item tonight because I am barely holding on, y'all. So, but I will make it to the end of this vote, but it's very late. Thanks.
I would accept that just because there's a lot of emerging technology coming out.
Councilor Fish.
So the suggestion is to remand it to the Sustainability Committee?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm okay with that. I want to add one ask with that, which is what I'm understanding is the difference between these two is one is basically any new use of artificial turf, and the second is removing any artificial turf that's already existing. So a question I have is just if someone uses artificial turf, a new use of it, how are we finding out as a city? And then what do we do? Because if we're not requiring, if we're not going with option 2 to have people remove their artificial turf, then if someone just puts it in, what are the consequences and how do we find out about it? Just a question for the subcommittee.
The staff question.
Yeah, that's a great question.
Thank you. So I'll support that recommendation with that question added. Thanks.
And just to lift up Councilmember Fish, most of our EPO tends to be complaint-based right now, and staff can correct me if that's incorrect, but that's my recollection. That doesn't mean that's how we need to do it moving forward, and since we'll have a little bit more time with this one, hopefully Vice Mayor and I will be able to discuss it more thoroughly.
It is generally complaint-based. We believe that they should be pulling permits to replace artificial turf, but also there are already restrictions about where it can be used existing.
So they currently have to pull a permit to install turf?
We believe they should, yes.
So now if we ban it, they can't pull a permit because it's banned. So there won't be an incentive for them to report it to the city that they're going to do something illegal. So that's the question I have.
I'll say as EPO, we do get complaints about like illicit bins, illicit dumping. We have seen construction and demolition, regulations, self-haul, and we do get these complaints both from our drivers because they're out and they see these things happening and they'll report it back, or from the community.
Got it. That's good to know. Thank you. So yeah, just the question being, what happens when we find out that someone put in turf illegally? Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to get this straight. We're going to remand this back to the subcommittee, but we want to put a emphasis on identifying and enforcement. Sort of ironic where we complain about enforcement across everything else, but we want to know what people will do if they violate this. Sort of, I don't get the difference, but that's fine. I'm good with that.
Okay. I'm glad that this, I was going to definitely suggest what's being put out here right now. I've heard from Tenkata a couple times, read their emails about their alternative products. purely coincidental. I was at an event last night with small business owners related to sports products from the Netherlands, and I sit next to a guy. I told him, or I asked him what he did, and he said he did artificial turf. I'm like, wow, we got this thing on our agenda tomorrow night. And he said the same thing. They don't use rubber infill anymore. That was a big thing for me. I was actually interested in eliminating that because runoff goes into our water systems. So this definitely needs to be taken back to the subcommittee and looked at. I think there's products out there that not only eliminate the concerns about plastics, but also the heat island effect. They're producing significantly less, whatever you want to call it, emitted heat. So lots of good stuff. And that gentleman I met last night sent me an article. California EPA just came out with a study like days ago that said that turf is not dangerous to cancer-causing reasons. So it's the Cal EPA. Just came out a couple days ago. So good. Let's take it back and reconsider it, and definitely have information about all the alternative sources of the product. I think we're done, right?
City Clerk, do you need anything extra from me to sign off right now?
Just one quick thing, Mayor, if I may, with Councilmember McMorrin still on. Could I get 3 nodding heads to just have this come back regularly? I'm going to propose yearly. I'm open to the cadence that makes the most sense. But just to keep the conversation going with our business community and with our community at large, and to continue to revise as needed.
I support that.
I would support it if we consider what Councilmember Rivera said and take a serious economic impact consideration. Like, what if we ban a thing that a retailer is selling? What is the impact? What is the true impact on them? I mean, not just their testimonial here, like we get, but what is the real impact? What is the dollar impact? I'd like to know that.
So the runway's 18 months. So I think annually, maybe biannually, and so that would a year and a half from now is 27, the middle of 27. So anyways, we don't have to figure out the time, but yeah, biannual or every 2 years.
I agree with that. In addition to the information that we'll be getting, let's make sure to also pull the sales tax from the revenues that we're able to glean from the city side. Obviously not from individual, but just in the aggregate, so we can have that information to compare and contrast. I think that'd be helpful. Thanks.
Okay, is the direction on this 3 nodding heads clear? So it's a biannual review or every 2-year review with as much information as we can glean from in terms of economic impact of any proposed changes to these regulations, and then the sales tax revenues from these products.
With the economic impact, yeah.
Councilmember McMorrin, are you signing off now?
I would love to. Just want to make sure it was all good. All right, y'all.
All is
Be
good.
well.
Let the record reflect.
Take good care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Councilmember McMorrin left the meeting at 12:41.
Yeah. All right, I think we can do A3 pretty quick. Okay.
Yeah, really quick. Okay, so just a quick refresher, glue traps are cruel to animals and pests that are caught in them. They do not actually assess the reason as to why pests are in your home. CDC has warned that they can cause viruses to spread to humans, and other animals are commonly trapped in them. So at the direction of council, we are bringing back the ordinance to introduce. So we have some brief definitions here that are from the ordinance. The proposal, next slide, is that it would be unlawful to sell, offer for sale, display for sale, any glue traps within the city of Culver City, and it's also unlawful to set, place, or otherwise use a glue trap within the city of Culver City. So enforcement, as it's being proposed in the ordinance, is a misdemeanor, and so it would go through code enforcement. It would be complaint-driven, and we do have sufficient funding in our educational outreach contract to include this outreach as well. And then just as a refresher from our last presentation, we identified approximately 11 businesses in Culver that sell these pest control mitigation strategies, pest control in general, and only 4 of them sell glue traps. There are alternatives that are both more humane and less expensive. The snap traps are slightly less than the glue traps. So the request is to introduce the ordinance amending Chapter 9. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from my colleagues? Nope. Okay. Any comments from the public?
Yes, we have about 5 people signed up to speak. Jacob Shaw, Christina LeCaire, Chris Mudry, Deborah Weinreich, and Janine Wisnowski. Our first speaker is Jacob Shaw.
Thank you, Council. I know it's really late, so I will try to be very fast. First off, I just wanted to thank Vice Mayor Puza and Councilmember McMorrin for considering this in the subcommittee, and also a shout out to Wallace and Sean for putting together all the work in the report. As you've heard, glue traps are the single most inhumane wildlife control device. Unlike all of these other devices, they don't have a mechanism to instantly kill animals. So once animals are caught, they suffer for an agonizingly long period of time. There was a Canadian study that showed that 85% of animals that are caught in glue traps are still alive after 24 hours. So these are just the most awful traps imaginable. In addition to the CDC warning people not to use glue traps because they increase the risk of hantavirus transmission, the California Department of Public Health also tells people not to use glue traps for those same reasons. And that's because, instead of being killed instantly, animals are caught, they try to escape, and because they're terrified, they urinate and defecate, and that's how hantavirus and the bacteria that causes diseases like leptospirosis are transmitted. So, cities around the country have banned these traps in the last couple of years, West Hollywood and Ojai. Others are considering bans as well. They're banned in England, Iceland, Ireland, New Zealand, Scotland, Wales, the majority of Australia, Belgium, and India. Thank you so much for considering this, and I really appreciate your patience waiting to get to this, and thank you.
Thank you.
You're the one that should be thanked.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christina LeCaire, followed by Chris Mudry.
Hello. I'll also be quick too because I know everybody is just ready to go home. But I'm so thankful for you guys listening to this. I have never been to anything like this before. I wrote in a letter to you guys, and then I also found out you could come in person, and I thought I could think of no greater thing to do with this one moment of my life than to advocate for these animals. People care so deeply about people and the environment, and I'm all about that too, but there are very few people speaking up for these animals. And these traps are so inhumane and they cause so much suffering. These animals, they break their own bones, they rip off their own skin and feathers, and there's got to be another way. We need to figure out why are they being drawn to what they're being drawn to. Let's clean it up, let's seal up the entry points. Birth control has also been a really effective way with these animals and other animals, and I believe that we don't need to kill them. And what kind of example are we setting as a city and for our children if we're teaching them that we love and take care of and have birthday parties for some animals, our cats and our dogs, but not these small animals that also deserve compassion. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chris Mudry, followed by Deborah Weinrich.
Thank you for getting my name correct.
Oh, thank you. It's a first for me.
Good evening, everybody. Yes, I don't think I could probably say it better than the two individuals before me. My fiance, who you just heard from, we've been living here in Culver City for about 5 years now, and yeah, basically, I'd just like to appeal to you all as people. Again, I'm sure you have pets. I'm sure your kids have had pets, or you've had your own pets as kids, gerbils, hamsters. Essentially, it's a vicious, horrible thing to do. There are far better ways, and I can also appreciate that as members of this council, there are needs to do it in an economical way. You need alternatives to actually make a viable solution to, change this, and there are, as you heard as well. So really, there's lots of upside on this with very little downside in terms of why not do this. And this is a great example or great opportunity to set an example for other towns, other cities to follow suit, as has been a new precedent over the last few years. So I thank you very much, and I think it's a really easy win here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Deborah Weinrich.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I'll be super, super quick. Please, please, please pass this ban. It is very traumatic to see what happens to these animals. I did try to help once, a squirrel, and I ended up being bitten. It's just the cruelest way. This is not environmentally friendly either. You cannot recycle these traps. The glue is toxic as well. So again, please pass this ban. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Janine Wisnowski-Stalen. However, I am not seeing her in the chamber or online. So that was our final speaker.
Okay, thank you. Any comments from anyone?
Just to give a shout out to one of our Culver City members of Congress, Ted Lieu, who's trying to pass federal ban, the Glue Trap Prohibition Act. Just want to uplift that.
All right. Councilmember Rivera. Vice Mayor?
Just thank you, Jacob Shaw, for your leadership on this, and to PETA for all the work that they're doing on behalf of animals.
Okay. Thanks for everyone's comments. Thanks to staff for preparing the report. Can we get a motion?
So moved, if there's no other.
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Mayor O'Brien to introduce an ordinance amending Chapter 9.01 Animals and Fowl of the Culver City Municipal Code to add a new subchapter 9.01.800 prohibiting the sale and use of glue traps. Please vote. All right, fine. Councilmember Vera.
Aye.
We're no longer teleconferencing. How do you vote?
Aye.
Councilmember Fish.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Puza.
Aye.
Mayor O'Brien.
Aye.
All members have voted. The motion passes. 4 ayes, absent Councilmember McMorrin.
Okay.
Oh.
Any public comment for the end of the meeting?
Denise Neal?
Good evening one last time, well, good morning, Honorable Mayor, council members, and community at large. I'd like to know if the city is ready to meet with the hedge fund for the parks plan and some other things we need to do, and to meet with, let's see, who is it? Oh, Manchester Bidwell. They'd like to come out November 10th to 13th. As long as we can help set up the lodging, travel, and I guess the meals for the global strategist. We're going to see if we can cover the consultancy fee for the strategist to help us set up the parks plan and not execute, but carry everything to fruition that we need to do in 18 months to 2 years, just in time for the Olympics to happen. I don't know what your availability is this upcoming week, well, between now and next week, but I need some availability dates to meet with Manchester Bidwell and the hedge fund. Oh, and they're ready to cover Jubilo if you want them to. Thank you.
That was our final speaker.
Okay, any comments?
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Just quick things. Mayor, I really appreciate you accommodating the budget process item in the next meeting. So I want to say thank you for that. Can we also, can we ask that the presentation that Public Democracy Los Angeles will be giving, can it just be included in the staff report so that the public can take a look at it, since it's an item revolving around transparency? I just feel like having.
With 3 nodding heads from the council.
Okay. Just adding their presentation and their supplemental documents. So that's all. Thank you. Thanks, colleagues. And then finally, City Clerk, if I may just ask to include in the record for my vote on A1 that it was, my no vote was due to a lack of safety mitigations included for the record and for the recap of the meetings. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks. Any other comments?
Yeah, can I get nodding heads to do a capital improvement plan? After talking to, just for clarity, we have a capital improvement plan, but after talking to the CFO and city manager, a more robust plan that would include more council input and community input.
We have one in place in 23, 24 through 25, 20, or 20.
So, yeah, just it's more robust. So it will be council priorities and also more community input, and then we'll have more of a say. And because right now it's just we list it and it just says what it is. It doesn't actually
deep dive.
Yep.
I'm okay with it.
I'm sorry, can I get clarity on that?
Just a capital improvement plan.
I understand what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's it.
And did we get nodding heads on that?
Oh.
Yeah?
Yep.
Okay, 3 nodding heads. Council members Fish, Mayor O'Brien, and Vice Mayor Puzo.
I just entered a motion to adjourn.
Wait, hold on, please. Okay. I have a motion from Mayor O'Brien. Do I have a second?
Seconded? Oh, I have a I don't have the voting or the motions on my thing.
Yes, Vera seconds it to adjourn. The time is 12:56. Can you all vote on your screens? All right. All members have voted. The motion passes 4 ayes. Thank you, everyone. I have to stop. I'm going to stop, and then I'm going to exit.